freedom. Always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention. You never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim. Caught up in this perfection, pay attention, yeah, you never will, 'cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. You're You're radiant. Hey, I just wanna change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Paint away, day and night, 6 hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Yo, nothing is what I think. I will drown in pain. Yeah, 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 yeah. After you, I'm afraid of feeling some too soon. Cling to what you're given. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Yo, nothing is what I think. I will drown in pain. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. 2, let's go! Sunday night! Paint away, day and night, 6 hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. Nothing is what I think. Yeah, 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 yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pink. All right, let's go. Oh, shit, boss. Oh, little 10 p.m. rock star happening. Dude, how we doing? I did not get enough work done today. I had a pretty chill day, okay? Dude, that tweet that I did last night about Susan Collins has blown up, okay? The one I did during the stream, right? The one I did, let me see here. Dude, we're going to look at this shit in a minute. But this one, okay? This one about Susan Collins, where is it? Right here. Remember this one that I fucking did yesterday? This shit just blew the fuck up about Susan Collins putting a rapist on the Supreme Court and how she can get fucked. All right? Now, she is concerned about being concerned. That one, and guys, this is how I feel about Susan Collins, all right? She is scumbaggery to that core, dude. She is such a degenerate. Now, I want to show you something because, right? Because there's a lot of shit going on around the fucking that Graham Platner shit. And so the fucking the UK shit, the like Cenk and Hasan in the UK, that shit is pretty weird. You're sick of seeing news about this Graham Platner stuff. Well, dude, I had an exchange today, guys, that felt like that felt fucking, very there's just a lot going on with this, okay? About this stuff, and so I'm a little bothered by this because I feel like certain members of the Democratic Party are not being honest, okay? And so I had an exchange about this. Let me just jump right in here and show you this exchange, okay? Because this exchange was something that happened today underneath the Filipovic fucking tweet, okay? And let me show you the Filipovic tweet. Okay, so Filipovic tweeted this, okay? And I want to read this. I want to show you guys this, okay? Because there's some shit going down, okay? Now, so Filipovic said, right? And she's a writer and commentator, and she is very much a I don't know. She's not extreme at all. Okay, she's also not like a schlub. You know what I'm saying? But so here's what she said, and I thought this was really well thought out. Okay, where she said the Graham Platner story is landing because it confirms a bunch of his critics' prior concerns. Unvetted, history of poor decision-making, the kind of light misogyny that tends to go along with male bad decision-making, those are all problems. But it's worth asking if they're problems that should be disqualifying for a Senate seat. And I think the answer to that is no. And she says, which isn't to say I don't clock the concerns. Marital problems should be private, and I do think it's gross that a former campaign staffer leaked this. But joining an app early in your marriage to sex with half a dozen women suggests to me a concerning level of impulse control and something else. Megalomania, the constant need for approval and validation, trauma that makes you unconsciously sabotage good relationships. I don't know, but something is going on there, and I hope therapy is helping. Unlike, say, Trump or Paxton or Swalwell, there was no abuse of power here, even if there was abuse of his wife's trust and having her be the one to publicly respond. God, I hate when men do that. Now, I think that's an important point. Is a grown man, having some whatever issues and going out and seeking female attention is very different than, sexually harassing a staffer or taking advantage of a power position. He's not creeping on some Platner campaign aide. You know what I'm saying? This is not a power abuse situation, okay? There's no, as far as we've seen yet, there's no graping or pedophilia or anything associated with that, right? Then she says, point being, Platner's critics are concerned that he's showing a similar pattern to people like Fetterman, who is waving red flags no one wanted to see. I think they have a point. Platner's supporters argue this is a gross violation of his family's privacy, is the kind of sexual prudery that characterized the Bill Clinton scandal, and should have nothing to do with whether one supports Platner over Susan Collins. And I think they have a point too. And then she says, I don't have much of a dog in this race. I've never been much of a Platner fan, mostly because he just seems like kind of a dingo and a liability to the party and someone people like because people fetishize the white working class man, no matter his actual capabilities or biography. I get Fetterman vibes, but he's a presumptive candidate. And at this point, there's probably isn't going to be anyone else. And so the question isn't Platner versus whatever. It's Platner versus Susan Collins, which doesn't mean that discussion of Platner's flaws is off limits, but let's please differentiate between consensual sexting and SA or harassment. I think that's very important, guys. This is not the same as grab him by the pussy. It's not in the same league. We can still criticize Platner's behavior and question his judgment. I certainly wish Dems had a better candidate, but we live in this timeline, not an alternate one. And in this timeline, Susan Collins voted to confirm Brett Kavanaugh. And guys, no, this is not power abuse against his wife, okay? Because when you're married, you have an equal power dynamic. You're a married couple. People cheat, okay? Women cheat and men cheat. If the woman cheats on her husband, it's not a power dynamic against the thing. I mean, you could maybe claim power dynamic if the woman was completely supported by the man and he was like mentally and emotionally abusive to her and he was like, cheating on her with one of her friends or something. But like, dude, couples that get married, they like infidelity is a symptom of many things, guys. I've been unfaithful. Okay, multiple times in my life. I've been in relationships with women who have been unfaithful to me. That is like, that shit happens. That can be any number of things. That can be like, you're trying to get out of the relationship. It can be self-sabotage. I certainly self-sabotage many relationships. But that is very different than like dating a staffer who can't say no to you, okay? That, you know what I mean? Like the wife, when she finds out about it, she can leave, okay? She can leave. It's not like dating a staffer. Like trying to conflate those two is fucked up. It is. It is fucked up. Now, I'm not going to say that it doesn't show, like, obviously poor judgment and shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when I would self-destruct relationships, I would do it that way usually because I was like too codependent to end it. And so I would often cheat knowing that once it was found out about, it would end the relationship and then they would leave me. Okay? Now, there's more though. I'm going to go into more. All right? Now, she said here, we can still criticize Platner's behavior, question his judgment. I certainly wish Dems had a better candidate, but we live in this timeline, not an alternate one. And in this timeline, Susan Collins voted to confirm Brett Kavanaugh. And that's very important, okay? Because Brett Kavanaugh is a rapist abuser, okay? You know what I'm saying? It is like, all right, now, let me fucking go on here. She goes on to say, I don't live in Maine. If I did, I'd vote for Platner over Collins because this is a binary choice. That said, fairly clear to me that some more of the corrosive aspects of the modern leftist center politics include the leftist fetishization of the white working class man, Palestine is the omni cause, and the growing reliance on absolute dipshits who make hating Democrat their brand no matter how much that damages American democracy. So she does also go into play about how some people are so like Palestine focused, like is anti-Israel focused, that even if Platner did something crazy, they might still support him. Like even if he did abuse power, there are some people of the left that might still support him if he had raped someone. Okay? And I mean, that's fair to say. Now, the reason why I bring this up is I want to show you the exchange that I had, okay, where this person says here, right? This person underneath said, Jill, there was no abuse of power. Even if he wasn't sexting minors, this is the app he picked. Okay, nearly 60% of Kick's 15 million monthly active users are between 13 and 24, according to Forbes. The app has been the center of numerous pedophilia scandals, blah, blah, blah. Now, this woman quoted 60% of Kick's users being 13 to 24. But guys, 60% of TikTok users are 13 to 24. 70% of Snapchat's users are 13 to 24. That does not mean that the adult users of TikTok and Snapchats are pedophiles. Are there people trying to groom youngsters on those platforms? Of course. There are people trying to groom youngsters in church, right? But this idea that she led with the pedophilia claims simply because Kick is just where you, like, Kick was well known. If you want to have an affair, if you want to fuck, if you want to meet somebody, like, you go to Kick. If you want to find, like, you know, like, dirty, like, motel room sex, no date necessary, that's where you go to Kick, okay? Now, I pointed out to her that 55% of TikTok users are between 13 and 24, and that I've known people that use Kick, and none of them were like, you know, greasing kids, okay? Now, she said, well, we're going to find out. And look what I said. I said, yes, we will. I said, everyone knows the unspoken aspect of this is that Zionists want to sink Platner at all costs, and they will behave like Republicans in how they're willing they are to lie and contort everything to try and sink him. And she said, oh, you're racist. Got it. And then she blocked me. Okay. And like when you go to Meg Keane's profile here, okay, if you go to Meg Keane, dude, okay, she is somebody who like says Jew, mother, Zionist. Okay. Right. And what I have been noticing, guys, is that everybody that has Zionist in their profile is like on Platner's shit. Like they're on his shit like more than the Republicans are. Okay. And this is a recurring thing. And I mean, even people I see in my feed, Democrats that are like Zionist Dems, they are, you know, very much like all over fucking Platner. Okay. They are very, very like trying to detonate Platner. But she called me a racist talking about like Zionists wanting to sink Platner. Now, what the fuck is that, bro? Like, that's weird, right? Me talking about Zionists wanting to sink Platner, and she calls me a fucking a racist. When, like, dude, I don't know. It seems to me that Zionism is more like racist and supremacy based than, you know what I'm saying? Like, that shit was really weird. Now, I want to point some shit out, guys, okay? That, you know what I'm saying? That, like, dude, this was a very weird... Excuse me. In case you haven't noticed, the Dems are still covering for Israel. Yeah, I mean, when you say the Dems, it's not all Dems, boss. It is like, it is a faction. It is a faction of Democrats. Okay. You know what I'm saying? It is like, it is not all Democrats. It is really tied. It is tied to Christianity. It really comes down to the level of Christianity. Okay? It does. It comes down to the level of Christianity that they partake in, right? And this is one of those things, though, that is like a bizarre, like, I don't know. It's a bizarre web of how there are many facets at play here, okay? Because there's like support for Israel as a symbol of, you know, surviving the Holocaust, okay? So there are some people that look at Israel's support and they see it as a making up for the Holocaust. And so you don't want to trash that because that will be like returning to, you know, the days of Hitler. So there are some people where it's not even a religious thing. It's like a symbolic thing. Okay. Then there are some people that are Christians that believe that Israel is an important ally in bringing about the evolution of their Christian religion. Then there are people that are, you know, colonialists, and they're literally look at Israel as like our fighter in the Middle East that keeps America powerful and in the game for the oil that's underneath all those countries. You know what I'm saying? And there is a fucking you know, then there are some people that are, you know, deeply connected to, and you know, the thing is, Professor, you're wrong, okay? Like, again, you're wrong. I never said you should stop using and calling people Zionists. I said you should stop using Israel as a word to denote Zionists, okay? So, like, don't start, Professor, with your fucking bullshit of, like, trying to, like, confuse what I said. Because I did say that anti-Semitic people like Jake Shields are using anti-Zionism to try and eke people out. But I said the word Zionist people sometimes use Israel and Zionists interchangeably, and that's not exactly true, because there are Zionists and then there's a country of Israel. But a country of Israel is filled with all kinds of people, okay? Israel is a country, all right? And Israel is not an entity the same way that Donald Trump is not America, okay? If you want to talk about Donald Trump's government, you got to be careful calling that America, because there's like hundreds of 100 million people who don't believe in the America that Donald Trump is fronting, right? And some people use Zionism and the word Israel like interchangeably, and I think that's dangerous, because I think there are Zionists and there is a country of Israel and there's an Israeli government and then there's Jewish people, but those four things are not one and the same. And that's where it gets a little bit hazy, because somebody like Jake Shields, you know, he is very anti-Semitic, and he's going to use the anti-Zionism as a way to sort of eke his shit in there, you know? And I mean, so I think we do have to make important distinctions, okay? Because there are people right now, like Anna and Cenk, that are like talking about Israel, but I look at Anna and Cenk and I see some anti-Semitism involved in their shit, okay? That is very different than some of the other left-wing content creators that are more focused on just the Zionism thing, okay? And in fact, though, the Zionism, like most of the Zionism, is American Christians, okay? That's the thing that is really... We keep going back and forth on this, where people are saying Israel controls America. And it's like, no, dude, it's like, it's not that Israel controls America. It's that the American Zionists are funding Israel for their own religious and American imperialist gains. Okay. That is what has been going on. Okay. America is like using Israel, and Israel is like, yes, please use us. We'll do whatever you want us to do as long as you allow us to like keep conquering over here, right? There's like a partnership happening, you know, and with Trump, it's really, really bad, because Netanyahu is basically in his family, you know? So, I mean, I think it is cognizant to look at, you know, the full tapestry of this shit, and you know, like I still see Zionism as like an mostly an American Christian fucking like situation, okay? And then what they do is they try to like keep you, the American Christian Zionists try to keep you like you know, strangleholded, right? They try to keep you in a stranglehold by using the anti-Semitism scenario, you know? And then there are Jewish people in America who may very well feel like caught in the middle, where like Israel is a type of homeland to them, and they like are afraid that like being anti-Israel is going to like return like old times. I mean, there's just, it's a hard issue to unpack, guys. I mean, it's just not one-sided, you know? Now, I don't know what's going on with the UK and Cenk, and we will look at that. But I thought this was interesting, how this woman like immediately went to, you know, everybody on Kick is pedophiles. And then I was like, when I pointed out, you know, I'm like, yeah, we're going to find out. As soon as I pointed out like the Zionists being out to get him, like she called me a racist and blocked me, you know what I'm saying? And right. You know, and so like, you know, there you go, right? polling data from the, yeah, but so the Eli, the thing about that though is like, you know, you can't really judge you can't judge that type of shit because people are raised with propaganda. Okay. So you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I mean? Like the thing about like that, you know, you do have to remember, okay, is the thing about that you do have to remember is that everybody is propagandized, okay? And to a degree, the same way that, like, you know, you could take polls of America about races or religions and you would get some fucking, like, startling results. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I mean, I'm not going to take some poll and condemn a whole country for it. You know what I'm saying? You went to school with so many Jews that hate the Israeli government. I mean, a lot of them do. You know, a lot of them do. But it's hard though, guys, because it's hard because here's the thing that's hard. Okay, you ready? To go back to the thing that sort of instigated the way I said, okay, we got to keep an eye on separating the Zionism from Israel, from the Israeli government, from Jewish people. So here's what's hard about it, okay? It's like racism, guys. Okay, you ready? A white person, I can talk about racism, but I don't feel the racism, okay? So I can talk about racism and I can talk about black issues and white issues, but I don't feel what a black person feels in America. And I can't, right? And see, this is where this shit gets crazy because for Jewish people, right? We, a non-Jewish person, I can talk about Zionism and Judaism and anti-Semitism, and I don't feel attacked or threatened in any way while talking about it. Jewish people in America, when they see Jake Shields getting into the conversation about, you know, anti-Zionism, they feel the anti-Semitism, okay? They can feel the rising anti-Semitism that is like, oh, anti-Zionism is in now, guys, so we can ramp up our shit. The same way that, like, people of color, when Trump's in office, they feel an escalation of the racist, or women feel on edge just by Trump being in office because they can feel that latent misogyny. So what I'm saying is that, you know, Jewish people are probably feeling very on edge during the anti-Zionist movement simply because the anti-Semitism that is swelling during that, trying to find a way to profit off of it, they're certainly feeling that energy, and we're not. We who are, like, you know, whatever, non-Jewish people out there, like, fighting against Bibi, we're not feeling that shit, you know? And so I think it gets even more complex. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know what I mean? And like, dude, you know, there's somebody in there saying they don't like Judaism. See, I had the opposite, guys. I actually, my experience, having been in a Jewish fraternity in college and having grown up Christian, I liked the way the Jews operated with their religion. I appreciated that they just had their own little thing and they weren't, like, selling it or advertising it or trying to, like, spread it, and they just sort of kept it to themselves. I thought that was actually pretty cool. Right? You know what I mean? That was my thing. I appreciated the way they handled their religion. I was like, God, I wish Christians thought we're more like you guys, because they would be less of a pain in the ass. Dude, you know? So, yeah. I mean, you know, it's fucking, I don't know. It's complicated. But this, though, is the thing that is hard, you know, is this. You hate all religions? Dude, I don't like any of the Abrahamic religions. I don't like any religions at all, but the Abrahamic ones are particularly toxic. But can I take you through a post here? All right. Right. Yeah. But again, though, Eli, you know what I'm saying? Again, you know, the thing about that, though, is you, right, when you're saying it, again, I don't know what your point is, you know what I'm saying, Eli, because your point seems to be because you have a Hebrew University poll that you're trying to prove that everyone over there is bad. And I think you have to watch that, boss. You are taking a singular poll and having, I don't know how often you've been to Israel, but you can't make judgments based on a fucking poll that you find on the internet, boss. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, you know, your point of saying, oh, it's not just the government because you have one poll, like, fuck off with that, boss. That is a stretch, okay? You know what I'm saying? That is a stretch. And like, you know what I mean? I don't think we should take one poll about America and fucking, and like, you know, I mean, I'm sure somebody could say, oh, we got a poll about America and here's how America feels about X, Y, or Z, you know? You know what I'm saying? And again, though, like Hidden Hand, you know, they're like Christians are taught that they are better than non-Christians. All right. They are. White people are taught in no uncertain way that they're superior in America. I mean, again, you're conflating shit that a lot of different groups engage in. Okay. You're acting like, oh, like, you know, right. I mean, you guys, some of you people are like flirting with fucking like anti-Semitism and it looks like you're not even aware of it. You know what I'm saying? Right? Dude. You know? And again, right? You know, me and you would not be allowed to be part of their group. What are you talking about? Dude, I was in a Jewish fraternity. I was very much a part of their group. I dated Jewish girls. I could have easily converted to Judaism. Like, people convert to Judaism all the time, boss. It's like, that is a thing that happens. You know what I'm saying? That is a thing that happens. Like, you're insane to think that, like, oh, they're not gonna, right? Dude, yeah, you're like really fucking off your mark, boss. You know, that's my point. Like, some of you are talking out your ass and you are literally fucking, you know, you are literally spouting nonsensical like fucking shit, bro. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Dude, and this is the thing, though, that people are really comfortable with this shit, guys. They are really comfortable with this anti-Jewish sentiment. And that's like the point that I'm trying to make is people are real fucking comfortable with this shit. The same way that a lot of people are real comfortable judging, you know, immigrants or judging women or judging black people, right? It's like a real blanket shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, it's that kind of shit where the way people talk about Jews is like they're talking about black on black crime and they don't even realize they're doing it, man. You know? And so like, you know, I just know this, guys. I just know that, you know, Donald Trump is engaging in a lot of heinous shit, and yet there's significant portions of America, okay? There's significant portions of America that are not in favor of Donald Trump. And I don't think we should all be charged with the sins of the MAGA people. You know, 77 million people voted for Donald Trump, okay? I don't want to be held responsible. If the whole world was holding me responsible, if everywhere you went, you were considered a MAGA simply because of Trump, I think you would be like, whoa, that's fucked up. Or people will, well, there's a poll, right? You know, 50, he won the election. More people support Donald Trump than not Donald Trump. So all Americans need to be fucking, you know, like, we need to assume that they're all just like him, right? And again, it's like the real issue here, guys. The real issue here is American Christianity, okay? The real Christian here is the real issue here is American Christianity, okay? American Christianity, you know? Yeah, but again, Stephen, you know, the thing when you say that like many Israelis, right, are fine with them killing Palestinians, but Israelis grow up like, you know, there are like terrorist attacks there. And they don't grow up seeing their own government necessarily as the cause of those. They grow up just like we do, okay? Like I grew up with a country that was out terrorizing the whole world, but I grew up thinking we were the good guys. And so, right? And so when we went and invaded Iraq, right, with George Bush, all the Americans were like, yeah, they're killing the Iraqis, Saddam Hussein, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like that happens in every country, guys. That's the way like nationalism and imperialism and fucking exceptionalism that you're taught goes. So acting like it's different over there than here or any country, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you look at Russia invading Ukraine, there's some level, I'm sure there's some propagandizing going on there that is like saying that the Ukrainians are Nazis or they're bad or they're whatever. You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, it's that shit is not unique to the nation of Israel, okay? That shit is, I mean, America genocided natives and put them all on reservations, okay? America is still like, you know, spiritually abusing people of color to this day. You know what I mean? Like we still will watch the police murder an unarmed black man, and like 35% of America is cheering for the guy to have been killed. So, you know, he who cast the first stone, I mean, we're infected by that shit too. You know what I'm saying? We are infected by that shit too. And again, my point is it's America is the problem here, guys. That's what I keep saying. America is the problem, okay? Israel is the bully that America created, okay? America created that bully. I mean, it started as like, you know, the world trying to make up for an atrocity. And then that start got abused by the people in power in the early days of Israel who were very abusive. And they basically took out all the trauma of the Holocaust on the people in that land that they stole the land from. And then when America witnessed that, America was like, wow, you know, like, oh, fuck, bro. Like, we have an opportunity here. America was like, what if we fund them and now we have an army that is like doing whatever the fuck we want in the Middle East? Now, what's crazy about it is Netanyahu is taking it to a next level where Netanyahu is now like going off on his own and trying to be the director, and Trump is like, yeah, sure, go ahead. But, oh, fuck, bro. Isn't that funny? I mean, it's fucked up. It's not funny if you're obviously to the people that are dying, but like, fuck, bro. You know, it's just crazy, dude. It's just crazy to me. It's crazy because, you know, the thing that's wild about it is while we are sitting here, okay, while we are sitting here looking at what Netanyahu did to Gaza, look what America did. Dude, America, our country fired a missile into a fucking grade school of young girls in Iran and blew them all up. And our government officials could care less, dude. They're still like, oh yeah, we're going to investigate that. You know what I mean? And like, dude, they don't give a shit. MAGA doesn't give a shit. You know, the 30% of America that still backs Trump, they don't give a shit. Dude, they would bomb every fucking grade school in Iran and they would cheer about it, boss. You know what I'm saying? They would fucking cheer about it. You know, America has brainwashed its people. It has. I mean, there is like, now, I'm not going to say that it's not toxic, guys, okay? Because it is toxic. The American-Israel relationship is toxic, guys. It is. But like, dude, I don't know. It's heartbreaking to me because we've been doing that with Israel. We've been doing that by funding like both sides of conflicts in South America. Every socialist country that has sprung up on the American continent that is not Canada or Mexico, we have pretty much decimated all of South America. We have destroyed their economies. We have wrecked their governments. We have played both sides over there. You know what I mean? Like, dude, it's like we're so toxic. You know what I'm saying? And dude, yeah, no, Netanyahu is way out of control. But yeah, it's fucked up though, guys. It is fucked up. It is fucked up, boss. Dude, I know Trump, 100% approval in Israel. Dude, I wish Trump would go to Israel, boss. Can we get him there now? Jesus, dude. Yeah, no, guys, I saw that. And we should talk about this because this, guys, again, this is a problem right here, dude. Okay? This is fucked up, guys. Okay? Dude, this is fucked up. Okay? This is messed up. Wanting to integrate the U.S. and Israeli militaries, guys. Again, this is Christians. Guys, I'm telling you right now, okay? You know, be anti-Zionist. Think what you want about fucking the nation of Israel and Netanyahu. But I'm telling you right now, the issue is American Christians, okay? American Christians are the driving force behind all of this. The like rampant Islamophobia, okay? I mean, because ultimately the American Christians, they like would discard the Jews the minute they think Jesus is coming back because they think they're all going to hell, okay? American Christian nationalists believe all of the Jews are going to hell because they don't believe Jesus was the Son of God, okay? So they're like, we love Israel because they're using Israel to instigate the rapture, and then they believe as soon as the rapture happens, everyone in Israel is going to hell. right? They're all going to get lifted off the planet and Armageddon's going to happen and Israel's going to get destroyed. They don't give a shit about the Jewish people. They're literally just using them to set off Armageddon and the rapture, guys. This is why it's so beyond toxic. It's not even about Israel, guys. It is about the American Christianity is the root of like all of this shit. All of this is American Christianity. You know what I'm saying? All of it. The entire fucking thing is, I mean, this is why they're fusing the military together. I mean, obviously Trump is very in bed with Netanyahu, right? But Joe Biden felt like he couldn't do anything because he was super Catholic, right? Ooh, I can't touch Israel because all of the Christians in America are raised to believe that Israel is the key to Jesus coming back. So we must protect her. We must like let her flourish and take everything over. It is like the insane indoctrination, but at the end, all of they're all getting wiped, right? And the Christians are going to be flying off to heaven, boss. It is like so fucking dirty, boss. You know? Dude, it is generations of brainwashing, but it's in the Bible, guys. It's very clearly in the Bible, okay? It is very clearly in the Bible, boss. It is. It is very clearly in the Bible, dude. It is like, you know, dude, it's American Christianity, boss. All right. You know, it is American Christianity. It's fucked up. It is fucked up, boss. Right? This is fucked up. But Massey says, dude, if we're going to do this shit, if it makes it out of committee, I'll strip it from the bill on the floor. Right? It is fucking, you know, it is fucked up, boss. This is crazy, but guys, this right here, okay? Let me just tell you, right? It says this is like American Christians that are trying to fucking engage in this shit, guys. You know, the same people that are trying to strip our civil rights, the same people that want all the Christians in America to have babies because they're afraid of an Islamic takeover, okay? They think Mamdani becoming the mayor is going to mean that Muslims are going to gain power and then Muslims are going to take New York and they're going to declare Sharia law. And right? I mean, like the Muslims that are coming to America to freely practice their religion, the American evangelicals are like, no, they're coming here to take us over, to convert us all to Islam. And now we need to like, oh, we need to give Netanyahu more money and he needs to blow them all up, right? Dude, it's psychotic. It is psychotic. The American Christianity is going to kill us all, boss. I'm telling you right now, dude, right? You know, it's like, you know, and I'm not letting the IDF off the hook because, dude, they should be tamed. Netanyahu should be in jail, you know, but the fact of the matter is like when you look, guys, if remember this, okay, when you look at like the GDP of Israel, of the whole country and everybody in Israel, you look at the GDP of the United States, okay, the power of those two that has everything is not Israel. The power is coming from America, okay? Israel is not like controlling America, okay? I mean, Netanyahu's trying to now because Trump is like a family member and they're trying to manipulate it. But the reality is America is using that country as like, ooh, the whole world's going to hate that country and they're going to blow up everybody we want blown up. But now Netanyahu is like going overboard, and people here are waking up. And so it's fucking, but like, guys, let me just tell you, we're not going to get the funding to Israel stopped until we get evangelicals out of our government. Okay? I'm telling you that right now. If we vote Christians into the American Congress, Israel will always be funded, right? I'm telling you right now, okay? If the way to stop the funding of Israel is we have to stop electing Christians, period, okay? If you elect Christians to the U.S. government, you are never going to get rid of Israel funding, okay? That's just factual, right? Because, there's like, I don't know, 2 in 10 of the Christians, right? It's just really dangerous because almost every single Christian is going to support that bully in the Middle East because of their like Islamophobia and shit. What did Elf say? Elf said when Biden was VP, he was very solid with Obama, but when he was president, he just followed Trump's international relations. He might have been more respected, but he didn't change that much. Let's go, Elf. Yeah, Elf, I will say this. I want to address what Elf says here. Elf is right. I think, personally, guys, I think that Joe Biden was just too old from the start. Let's be honest. Joe Biden, like, he did us a solid and he saved us from Trump, or maybe he didn't. Maybe if Trump had had a second term, it would have been a disaster and it would have been over and we would have gotten rid of him. Maybe we would have been better off. I don't know. It's neither here nor there. But I think Joe Biden was just a little too old to be an effective president, okay? He was too old to be effective, right? And not, I mean, it's just hard when you're that old to be in command of everything. It's just hard. Look at Trump. Trump is 79 now, and Trump has no idea what the fuck he's doing, dude. You know what I'm saying? Right? We need to stop saying we can't. I mean, dude, I don't know who's saying we can't. I mean, we can, but we have to stop electing Christians to government, guys. Like, that's just it. Or if you're not a Christian, you need to run. You know what I'm saying? You need to run, for office. Like, we can absolutely, like, turn the tide on this. But if we keep electing Christians, it's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? It's like we have to, I'm just trying to get people to realize that American Christianity is the number one problem. And then right underneath that is like the Netanyahu regime and the Zionist imperialism machine. But like the fucking, the Zionism is being funded and fueled and goaded by American Christians. Okay? If American Christians disappeared, like, Zionism would grind to a fucking halt, like, real fucking quick, boss. And that's even with the Epstein shit, you wonder, like, what was going on with that? Right? Like what the fuck is going on with that? Like, obviously, Ehud Barak, Epstein, Trump, Clinton. There's some shit going on here that is shady, like, and we don't even know the fucking, we don't even know the whole of it. Dude, it's fucking like brutal, dude. Like, replace Christian with another religion. I think you should, like, replace, when you say you need to specify fundies or extremists, it's not the case. It's not the case. It's like, I think it's not about religion. I think you need You need like people who are not religious in your government. You need a government run by atheists, like or people that are agnostic. If you have people in your government, right? If you have, you know what I'm saying? It's like you can say that, oh, the extremist Christians, but it's not exactly true, because it's like saying, ooh, the bad cops. Okay, the fact of the matter is the institution of policing is bad. Okay, and so the institution of policing means the bad extremist cops, the good ones don't stop them. Okay, they just like let it go on, and they stay, well, I'm a good cop and I'm not one of those, but I'm going to keep doing my cop shit. And the institution of policing is rotten. And so the problem isn't the religious people. The problem is the institution of Christianity. Okay, the institution of a religious identity that you're special and you're going to heaven, and everybody who disagrees with you is not going to heaven. And so therefore, the way you look at the world is really the right way because you're the one going to heaven, you're not going to hell. That is supremacy, period. And even the good Christians are engaged in that culture of supremacy. And so whether they're extreme or not, they're still engaged in that culture of supremacy. So you know, it's like the same with racism, where you can't just not be a racist. You got to be actively anti-racist. You can't just not be a Christian extremist. You have to be actively anti-Christian extremism. But like, if you're just a run-of-the-mill Christian who like, I'm doing what I'm doing and I'm going to heaven, you do have some belief in you that those other people that aren't living the way you are going to hell. And so you are in the fabric of that supremacy. And whether you like it or not, you're buttressing that thing. It's not like the good Christians, they don't take away the rot of the supremacy that exists in, monotheistic religions. Because that's the problem, right? Is Christians the good Christians are not threatened by Christian nationalism, really. Okay? They're not threatened by it. They're I mean, but it's the rot is the supremacy of it. We need to vote for a pagan president. Let's go. I just think, though, hear me out on this. I think if all the people in government were not Christians, the Christian people, but they protected the Christians' right to practice Christianity, you'd be in a better world, because none of the government's decisions about who to bomb and who to feed, and none of their decisions would be based on that supremacy. But guys, when you have the supremacy of a monotheistic religion, they're never going to get rid of the supremacy in white supremacy, because white supremacy is tied to Christian supremacy. They're like tied together. So you're never going to have, if you have like Christians in government, you're never going to have them really work on white supremacy, because their Christian supremacy is intricately tied to white supremacy, And so, again, you don't have to purge people's beliefs. You have to not vote for Christians, okay? We need a secular government, okay? That's really what we need. We need a secular, right? People can believe in Christianity. You just don't want any of them in your government. You want your government to be secular, right? And I don't know if we'll ever do that. I hope we will at some point, but I mean, having a secular government that protects freedom of religion would be nice. But we have a lot of issues. I mean, we have the you know, the religious supremacy issue. We have capitalism issues. You know, I'm not saying get people to stop being Christians. I'm saying just, you know, put 535 people in government that are not from one of the Abrahamic religions. Have them all be secular voices that are here to protect everyone's religious liberty. You'd have a better world, right? You know what I'm saying? You'd have a better world, right? You know, you would have a better world, right? You're saying Biden was Catholic, but he didn't shove it down people's throats, but he did fund like what happened in Gaza. So he didn't shove it down our throats, but he did allow his monotheistic religion to fund a massive like killing wave in the Middle East, right? And if he had been an atheist, he wouldn't have done that. Okay? He wouldn't have funded that. That's my point. It's not like there are many layers to this thing, you know? And so that's my point. You know, I mean, you know, you do what you will, but like just understand that as long as you vote for Christians to be in office, their Christian beliefs are higher than their, right? All Christians, their relationship with God, if they're an actual Christian, is the number one thing. So they're not working for the people. They're working for God first, and then they represent their people. And that's all Christians. Every single Christian, it goes God first. Dance party, let's go. Right? And that's a problem. You can't represent the people of America if like your number one fucking person you're representing is a deity. All right? I mean, it's just a complicated thing, guys. And religion does that. Religion puts their religion above all. And even the non-extreme ones still, that is an element of it. You know, it is an element of it. Their relationship with their divine creator is the most important thing. They're not going to go against their creator to help the people necessarily, right? And the ones that are like pro-abortion, they are, you know, believing that abortion is not, you know, sinful, but they're still, you know, they have a relationship with their creator, right? You know what I'm saying? The issues, they're, you know, I just think it would be helpful if we could have a secular government. That's what I think, right? But again, maybe we'll never get there. I have a personal mission though, guys. I do. I've been open about this from the start, that I believe that the Abrahamic religions are the cause of like 90% of our negative problems, right? You know, and they're fused with capitalism, and you know, it's sort of this idea that, you know, the if you're blessed by your God, that means you're wealthy. So capitalism and misogyny and racism and religious supremacy all like wind together in this cocktail where, you know, if we could get rid of the Abrahamic religions or get them out of power, right? You don't have to outlaw the religion. You just have to get them out of power, right? It's like giving them the power is the part that's dangerous, you know? You know what I mean? It's fucking, I don't know, you know? That's why I have high hopes for AI, guys. I do. I have high hopes for AI. Right? Because I think AI eventually could, you know, enough exposure to AI could make the human brain so religion was no longer feasible for it, you know? Oh, Dude, convince religious people not to be religious. Good luck with that, boss. All right, moving on. But yeah, so this Platner stuff, though, this Platner shit is bringing up a lot of stuff. Okay, but dude, Steph, let's go. Thank you, Steph Cells. I think this sucks, right? I mean, I don't know. Dude, they're gunning for him, though. Dude, they're gunning for him, and we're going to find out. Dude, when's the Maine primary? Is that next week? Or when is the Maine primary? June 9th. 2 weeks, guys. 2 weeks. We're going to find out. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, fuck, dude. 9 days. It's like, so, dude, California is, I mean, think about this, guys. Look at this shit, okay? Look at this, guys. Look at what we got in fucking Tuesday. 2 days, guys. Look at what happens. California, we're going to find out about Spencer Pratt and Karen Bass on Tuesday. My God, that's what I'm hoping for. Please have Spencer Pratt be number 3. If I do not want Spencer Pratt to advance in this fucking primary. If he gets in the top 2, man, oh my God, please, LA, please be smart enough to not be voting for Spencer Pratt. I don't want to do 4 months of him and his bots and his AI. But then Maine and Nancy Mace, dude, in the next 9 days, bro, we're gonna find out about Hilton and Pratt and we're gonna see Platner. We're gonna see the turnout of Dems in the primary, and we're gonna see Nancy Mace be fucking out. Dude, isn't that crazy? What a crazy 9 days, okay? What a crazy fucking 9 days, boss. Dude, this is nuts. Like, I can't wait for some of this shit to be over. I don't know about you. I just can't wait for some of this shit to be over. It is, like, exhausting, okay? It is. Dude, it's exhausting, man. And Spencer Pratt in particular is fucking exhausting. Dude, this guy. What a fucking degenerate. You know what I'm saying? What a degenerate, boss. You have to wait until August? Yeah. Dude, Wisconsin's going to be a big one too. I feel like Minnesota's going to be interesting. Florida is going to be interesting. There's a couple in August that are interesting. I mean, crazy, boss. Crazy shit. Now, let's talk about Nancy Mace for a minute here. Okay? Shall we? Now, let's talk about, like, what is going on with Nancy Mace. Dude, what is this woman doing, guys? Look at this. What is she doing, bro? She is still, like, first off, she's now running with the Thatcher. She's calling herself Iron Lady. And she's, like, trying to do this Margaret Thatcher thing, dude. What is she doing, bro? Dude, she is, like losing it. Okay, look at what else she's doing. Okay, look at what else she's doing here. Where she posted She posted this. She's a fighter. I know about that. Donald J. Trump. She is posting as though Donald Trump is like backing her, guys. And he's not. He's endorsed her opponent. He threw her to the wolves. Okay? And she is still, though, like tweeting through it. Bro. She's like losing her shit, boss. Okay? She is like having a breakdown. The interview that won President Trump $15 million. There was no winning. Okay? George Stephanopoulos made the comment about, right? Made the comment about Trump and the grape of 𝗙ecie🗫🗫🐾, which is, guys, here, let's watch this. Okay? Let's watch this. Where is it? All right, right here. Right here.
About another potential rape victim. I'm not gonna do that.
It's actually not about shaming you. It's a question about Donald Trump.
No, you are shaming me.
You've endorsed Donald Trump for president.
Right.
Donald Trump has been found liable for rape by a jury. Donald Trump has been found liable for defaming the victim of that rape by a jury. It's been affirmed by a judge.
It was not a criminal court case, number one. Number two, I live with shame. And you're asking me a question about my political choices, trying to shame me as a rape victim.
See, first off, dude, she is like copping out here, and he's not shaming her at all. If shaming her would be like, wow, you're a terrible person for having made this choice, Nancy. You're like, shame on you. How dare you? He's saying, hey, with this being important to you, how could, like, what made you vote for the guy that was criminally liable? But now, here's the deal, guys. You ready? Let me show you something about this, okay? Because one of the things we do need to look at with this is this, okay? Look at this, okay? Trump was found liable of grape, okay? He was found liable, guys. Here's the problem. In New York, the law is written so that grape is defined as purely with genitalia, okay? So the fact that Donald Trump used his fingers is not technically grape in the state of New York, but it actually is still grape. It's just they couldn't legally do it because New York has a very narrow definition. If it's not genitalia, it is not grape in New York. That law should be fucking changed. But anyway, Nancy Mace says the interview that won Trump $15 million. No, Trump didn't win any money. Basically, what happened was Stephanopoulos made a comment related to this, and then Donald Trump sued ABC, and ABC didn't want to pay lawyers and go through all that rigmarole, so they donated $15 million to the presidential library to make that shit go away. Okay, but look at this. Nancy Mace is now like saying, oh, I like my interview helped Trump win $15 million, right? But like, dude, Trump endorsed her opponent. She is having a mental fucking breakdown. Okay, she is having a mental breakdown here, guys. Okay, and she is like behaving as though Trump, right? She is now posting more about this, beats Trump endorsed challenger. She is now like, oh, Trump likes me. Oh, I can beat a Trump endorsed challenger. Dude, she's losing it. Now, guys, I am going to go out on a limb here. All right. You ready for this? I am going to make a prediction and we'll see if it comes true. Okay. You ready? Hear me out on this. Nancy Mace is having a drinking problem. Okay. Nancy Mace is like having some type of mental breakdown. Okay. It's obvious. She is aware that her shit is coming to an end and her life has been spiraling. I mean, you saw her yell at the cops at the airport. her staff turned over. They've been fleeing. They're like, oh my God, she's insane. She's been getting in fighting matches with constituents and then putting the video online. But she's been living in the bubble of DC. I think she's going to get a drunk driving, okay? I think she's going to be out of office because she's going to lose in South Carolina. She gave up her House seat. She's going to go back to Daniel Island in South Carolina. And I think her drinking's going to get really bad. I think she's going to get pulled over for drunk driving in like within a year or something like that. There's going to be an alcohol-related incident of her getting drunk driving or a drunk driving accident, or she's going to end up in rehab, like something like terrifically bad, alcohol or drug related is going to, once she gets out of the DC bubble, I think she's going to she's like a car wreck waiting to happen, guys. I can just see it. It's like I can feel it. The energy coming off her. Yeah, no, I hope she doesn't hurt herself or anybody else, but like, dude, I've not seen anyone like crash mentally for like her. You know what I'm saying? I mean, guys, you got to remember the way she was, guys. Like, guys, look at this. Look at the way she was. Look at the way she was, guys. She was like normal, guys. She really was. When she first came into office, like something profound happened to her. Let me find that interview. There's one interview with her where you can just see the way she originally was. Like, I've not seen anyone fall from grace quite like she has, dude. Like, she really just lost her shit. Oh, maybe it was 2021. She's surrounded by psychopaths. She is. But she is, let me see. Let's see if we can find it. It has been like profound. Was it 60 minutes? She did it. I think it was a 60 minutes interview. Or was it, fuck, what was the interview? Let me see if I have it on my computer. Dude. Oi. Nancy. Fuck, I thought it was a 60 minutes interview. Hold on. Yeah, no, the drugstore one was crazy. The gay dude who asked her about the town hall and then she flipped out. The Mesa base. Here, let me find it. Oh, let me see. You've never heard even one person say she's a lovely woman? No, I know. I know. I know, dude. Because she's fucking whacked out, boss. Oh, here it is. It was firing line, Margaret Hoover. Okay? So this is even, let me see if this is the fucking interview. Dude, this is 2023, guys. Okay, look at this. This is from 2023. It's like 3 years ago. And look at her.
Fresh Republican vote. I needed to do to get through that experience, as tough as it was, and it took a very long time. It's mental, it's physical, it's emotional healing, and that takes a lifetime. I'm still not recovered and fully healed from the experience, but it shapes who you are. And the Citadel for me was this opportunity.
Let me see if I can find the spot here where she talks about. Here, let me go in here and find where she was like, all right, let's. She was like so normal. All right, where is that? So that is pretty early in. She
already in the House of Representatives this last cycle.
Yeah.
Why are you the only one?
I would love for you to answer that question for me, because I'm looking around the room and I'm like, where's everybody else? What lessons did we learn? And it feels like Republicans didn't learn anything from the midterms. And abortion row was one part of that. But the second part of that was we were nominating people that couldn't win general elections. And that's a problem too. And not being able to read the room with what's going on with those who've left the Democrat Party, those who've left the Republican Party, that feel that they don't have a home because of the division that they're seeing today. And I make no mistake, I'm a conservative. I'm a fiscal conservative. I'm a constitutional conservative. But I consistently reach across the aisle to deliver for my district in the low country of South Carolina, to deliver for my state, and to deliver for my nation. And so when my first term, I won by 1 point, right? I flipped a seat, I won by 1 point. This time we won by double digits. We won by 14 points. And I think, I know that it's because I've been vocal on these issues. I don't toe my party's line, especially when I disagree with them on spending or taxes or.
Isn't it crazy? Like she used to talk about how, wow, we're way too extreme on abortion. And like she was like not anti-trans, okay? I mean, if you look at her, if you look at Nancy Mace, look at this shit, guys, okay? Look at this stuff. If you go back on her fucking posts, okay? There was, oh shit, dude. Is Ewan, dude, hold on. She was not even anti-LGBTQ in the beginning. Okay? Look at this, okay? Look at this. March 2nd of 2021. I strongly support LGBTQ rights. No one should be discriminated against. Religious liberty, gay rights, and transgender equality can all coexist. I'm also a constitutionalist. We have to ensure anti-discrimination laws don't violate religious freedom. Okay? Dude, I'm telling you, I watched her come in and she was like normal. She was like normal. She flipped a seat. She came in. She was like, oh, she was against Trump with the insurrection. And then Trump threatened to primary her. Okay, there was some redistricting. Trump threatened to primary her. And then with Trump's support, she won like big. And then as soon as she won big, she like I don't know, dude. She flipped out, right? She had some family issues. She had some shit go on with her husband. But like, yeah, I mean, was it fake? Maybe it was fake. Maybe it was fake the whole time. I don't know. I think power corrupts people. I think power can really fuck you up. But I also think she has a drinking problem, guys. I think she has a fucking boozing problem, right? Mace when she was normal. All right, let's see it.
Let's bring on, he writes the Weekly Dish on Substack and is the author of Out on a Limb. Select. I said, Congresswoman, do we still, is that not wrong? Am I going to, is it person or?
The congressperson with a uterus.
Don't call me congressperson. Just don't call me a BITCH and we're going to be fine.
Oh, I will never do it, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's place you on the spectrum, just because you're new here to the show and the country's... First time, it's great. I love to meet new people and new Congress people. It's great we have a congressperson on the show.
Congresswoman, thank you.
So just to place you in the Republican Party, okay, you're one of only 8 who voted for the woman's right to contraception.
Right.
Okay. And you did not get on board with Donald Trump's attempt to steal the election.
Right.
Okay. So
Dude, yeah. Dude, she was like anti-Trump. And I don't know. What happens to these people, guys? Like, what happened?
Voted for gay marriage. Yeah. Voted for gay marriage and biracial marriage, too.
Have you ever had
voted for gay marriage?
Fight in the bathroom with Marjorie Taylor Greene?
I was not in one of those, although I wish I had witnessed it. I wish I had seen that. That would have been a good option.
Okay, so...
I'm telling you, though, dude, she was like charming and fucking, like, something fucking happened to her, bro. Something, I don't know what happened, but something actually fucking went down, boss. Because when you see her now, dude, she is mental. Okay? She is fucking mental now. I mean, dude, she did have some issues with her family. Okay? She had some issue with her fucking, with her husband. She went through some marital shit. And now she is just a fucking insane person, boss. You know what I'm saying? Right? Dude, Andrew Tate's a closeted gay, boss. Dude.
And that's why millions of women are supporting me. That's why we're winning the message. And so many women now today feel more brave and have more courage because I've been speaking out. They feel like they are going to be supported now. We're going to see this all across the country, and we're hearing from folks all around the world, women from all sorts of countries now coming out and supporting us in our effort.
Yeah, for the record, that trans member of Congress has said that he will actually abide by the rules and not use the women's restroom in Congress. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene came out with...
She's talking about Sarah McBride, and they're like fucking refusing to acknowledge Sarah McBride being trans. Dude, they're so dirty. Dude, they're so dirty. Yes. They're so fucking dirty. Now she's like some crazy, like hateful, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Position. And we've worked hundreds of years for our achievements. It took 100 years for the state of South Carolina, 100 years after women's suffrage, to get their first Republican woman in Congress when I won in 2020.
I want to go back to those athletes. Why do you know more than those athletes?
Well, if you read the stories...
They came up through youth sports.
Riley Gaines, okay? There were also other athletes that we've met along the way. There was a story last week in Wisconsin where 14-year-old girls were forced to share a locker room and showers with an 18-year-old boy, biological male, who's, I guess, a trans girl now, but exposed himself in the showers to these young underage girls. My girl's about to be 14.
Dude, again, like, right? You know what I'm saying? If that's the real issue, okay, make some private stalls for the 14-year-old girls. Why should 14-year-old girls have to get naked with other 14-year-old girls? Right? If there's an issue with nakedness, give them some private stalls. That doesn't mean you have to eliminate transgender people, right? And I mean, we don't even know if that's fucking true, but even if it is true, like a private stalls, 14-year-old girls shouldn't be getting naked in front of other 14-year-old girls. That's a tender age. Nobody wants to be naked at that age in front of other people. Why are we having teenagers have to be naked around each other in school, forced to be naked? Like, come on, man. That's stupid. I mean, kids shouldn't be forced to be naked around other kids in school, okay? They're forced to go to school and they have to go to PE and get naked in front of each other during puberty? Like, what the fuck, bro? You know what I'm saying? Whether it's in sports or in PE, it's fucking bullshit. But you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. That's the shit where it's never about that, right? Didn't I have to in high school? I did, Jibs, but I didn't like it. I thought it was like not, it's something we could get rid of, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, we could get rid of that because I don't think any young people like to be naked around other people at that age. I did not like it, but I was forced. There was no solution. You know what I'm saying? But like, it was not anything that we liked. And it usually led to bullying, body shaming, like all manner of abusive shit occurred from kids being forced to be naked. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just a weird thing that we do. That, like, you know, like I mean, think about the tropes about all the shit that goes on in locker rooms, all the abuse that goes on in locker rooms. Dude, it's so bad. It is like so bad. It should be like done away with, you know? Dude, it was terrible. It was terrible. But like, they don't really care about that shit. You know what I'm saying? Do we do it now as adults? I mean, so now they're like, people do get naked in locker rooms at like the gym and shit. But dude, I think it's even weird at the gym too. Like, it is. It's just weird, man. It is fucking weird because it's like, it's not even about it being like a sexual thing. It's not about the sexuality of it. It's about, and you're right though, nobody forces you. Yes, you're right. You're not forced. You can choose to go to a gym or not go to a gym. And many people don't get changed there, or they go and change in the showers, right? But you're not forced. You're right. It's not forced. But even in the gym, I think it's like weird. It is still weird that, like, you know, you can see that people are totally like self-conscious about it. And like, yeah, it's still awkward. It's just awkward because a lot of people have body issues. You know, they do. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's fucking, I just don't understand why we can't have private stalls, you know, or Or we could grow up with a, you know, I mean, we could obviously change our social, you know, like we could change our social, you know, mechanisms to not be like, you know, body shaming and not have this like thing about nakedness, but we don't do that. Okay. There are like, you can have a healthy sort of like nakedness. We could have a society where nakedness is just not a big deal, but we don't have that society. You know what I'm saying? We don't have that society. If we had a society like a nudist camp or something, or here in Oregon, you have Brighton Bush, you go to the Oregon Country Fair, there's nude saunas. There are aspects, like I go to places where nudity is like not a big deal, and people who don't care about nudity, there's no shaming, there's no weird body judgments. It's just nudity is accepted and shit. And I know a lot of Europe is like that too, but we don't have that society. Okay, we have a society of like, that's very different than that. And in our society, though, we shouldn't be forcing kids to be naked in front of each other in a society where all we do is terrorize people's sexuality and their gender and their physicality and their weight. You know what I mean? It's like stupid. I mean, either have a society where nakedness is not a big deal and sexuality and genitalia are not a big deal and they're not fucking sexual, right? And then if you want to be naked around each other, it's fine. But you can't have this shamey, weird, fucking psychotic, anti-nudity fucking society, and then you force all the kids to be naked around each other during puberty. It's like, bro, you're just fucking everyone up psychologically. You know, conservatives are scum. They are. Dude. Yo, Nancy. Dude, put that thing away, Nancy. All right? Dude. And what are you doing? Why are you tweeting about Trump like every 3 hours? He endorsed your opponent. He ended your fucking career, Nancy. We see you spiraling, Nancy. It's like watching the scrubbing bubbles commercial, dude. You're going down the fucking drain. I'm worried about your drinking. I am. Are you drunk now? What are you doing right now? You want to come over? Oh, wait, no. Hey, sorry. Hold on. Wait. Dude, I'm a sinner, guys. I'm sorry. All right, Nancy, I gotta go. Everyone's judging me. All right. Yeah, fuck you. Bye-bye. Dude. Sorry. Oh, shit. Dude. My bad. Oh, fuck. Dude, she's losing it. She's still got the hots for... Dude, no, we'll reset, guys. I forgot about the dance party. Let's just fucking reset it. All right, we'll try it again. Here we go. All right, we'll see if we can get a dance party. There it is. All right, moving on. Dude, I gotta move on, guys. I've been moving too slow. All right, I've been moving too slow. We're gonna burn through some shit here. Okay, let's see what else we got on tap. Let's get that dance party, guys. I think looking at the 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗃 shit, dude, this shit is going to be interesting, guys. The 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃, let me just tell you, okay? This is crazy, dude. Steph, let's go, guys. Let's go. 29, baby. Let's hit it. Look at this shit, okay? This is, somebody did this Substack, all right? And we're going to look at some of this 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃 shit. It is Pride Month. In 6 minutes before we have Pride Month, we're going to go. But look at this, guys. 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃's rise was unusually fast, but according to newly leaked documents, there might be a reason for that, okay? The White House may have been working behind the scenes to make the whole thing happen before his Somali daycare fraud video was ever filmed, right? Isn't that crazy? Dude, so there are leaked documents that are now suggesting that 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗓𝗏 was like being funded and directed by the White House. Okay, according to the leaked documents, the White House has been working with at least one third-party org to create AI videos to launder White House talking points through supposedly independent voices. One of those voices was reportedly 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗓𝗏. According to former One American News Network reporter 𝗙𝗫𝗓𝗄𝗃, who shared screenshots of the documents on X, VFT approached her and asked for her to help writing scripts for AI videos, telling her, yeah, we have to do this on behalf of them because they don't want it to look like it's actually coming from the White House. You know what I mean? I mean, it worked out for them and 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗓𝗏. So basically what we are discovering is, at least with this, is it would appear that the White House is hiring people and content creators to specifically launder and focus on individual points that they want to focus on to try and take down this influencer or this politician, right? They went after Tim Walz. They went after Gavin Newsom. The California one kind of blew up because, let's face it, the difference between Tim Walz and Gavin Newsom is like Tim Walz is not really good in the limelight. But the fact that they're getting people to create AI videos on behalf of like administration principles is pretty dirty. Okay, there's additional evidence of coordination too, especially in the months leading up to the December 2025 when Shirley released the Somali daycare fraud video. Okay, there are also what I would call artifacts of AI all over the info environment surrounding Shirley's video. All right. And then, if proven to be legitimate, the leaked documents would suggest something extraordinary, that the White House is working behind the scenes to shape policies with AI content and using influencers and intermediates to spread this shit so it looks like it's not coming from the White House. So what we're talking about, guys, is we're talking about state media, but having it be delivered as though it's independent media, right? And so now the thing is, the thing that you wonder here is if the 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗓𝗏 entire first video, was it an operation that was used to try to take down Tim Walz, okay? Because he dropped out of the race. Okay, I wanted him to run for Senate, right? But he didn't. He didn't run for Senate. He was going to run for governor again, but now he dropped out. He is literally dropping out of Minnesota because of this scandal and all the hubbub, okay, like around this shit, okay, was, you know, they took him out, okay? They literally took Tim Walz out of government and he like backed out and gave up. They tried to do the same shit to Gavin Newsom, but Gavin Newsom was like, fuck you, boss. Okay, Gavin Newsom is not going to go down with that shit. New age of propaganda. Let's dance it off. Let's go, Lady B. Let's go. All right, guys, 28, baby. We're getting it. I want to make sure, yes, that's 28. We're getting the dance party this time. All right, now, let's look at the 𝗙𝗪𝗓𝗄𝗃. Okay, let's see what she says. Gabrielle. So here she is, okay? And she's the one who said she shared screenshots of this. Dude, Steph, let's go! Steph, you're crazy! Let's go! Thank you, Steph! Let's go. Oh, here we go. This is it right here. She says, you may be wondering two things. One, what happened to Trump? All right, we'll save that. We'll put that there.
When was that? October 9th. Oh, yeah, no, I remember this. Okay, so what happened to Trump? Who is he listening to? 2, why does it feel like the internet isn't real and engagement is fluctuating based on particular topics lately? And she says, I think I can answer both questions. Now, notice she is a right-winger, guys, okay? She is a, like, you know, I think she is a fucking, she's not a Democrat here, okay? She is a right-winger. But she says there's a company called Vine and Fig Tree. VFT is a pro-Israel organization with ties to the admin. Earlier this year, VFT was at the White House meeting with 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗪. Shortly after that meeting, I was contacted through a third party and asked to script write for VFT. The individual who contacted me is publicly very Christian and widely perceived as America First. I was told the script would be used to generate an AI-generated video on behalf of the White House, specifically for NFC and 𝗙𝗍𝗪𝗀. And they said, we have to do this on behalf of the admin because they don't want it to look like it's coming from the White House. You know what I mean? I mean, it worked out for them and Nick Shirley. So that's the part here. Like, they tried to hire this woman and they dropped in with like, yeah, we did this shit with Nick Shirley. Stay calm and dance on, brother. Let's go. 26, baby. Dude, let's go. Dance the stress away. Nurse Joy, yes, we will. We will. Let's go. Isn't that crazy? Okay. And it says, I was then given a Dropbox link. Hold on. She says, dude, this is fucking wild, guys. Okay. This really is. Okay. She says she was given a Dropbox link containing research, polling data, internal comments, and strategy materials compiled by VFT and the third party. There were 7 folders. Through these documents, I learned about what the organization does. Their reports monitor major conservative and dissident right accounts and frequently frame those accounts as vulnerable to or participating in foreign influence operations. And it included Nick Fuentes, the Hodge twins, Candace, Tucker, Jackson Hinkle, Ian Carroll, Mario Nawfal. They also collected polling and response data around Joe Kent's resignation. In another report, they argued that distrust surrounding Charlie Kirk's assassination was due to Americans falling for Russian, Iranian, and Pakistani propaganda networks. And they said that that this represents an urgent national security threat and demands a whole of government response on par with cyber attacks or terrorism. So you see what they're saying? So they were essentially like trying to sell her on writing these AI scripts because all of the MAGA defectors are like a foreign operation. So now the White House needs to do counter propaganda to propagandize against those defectors from the MAGA movement. But we can't have people know it's coming from the White House. Dude, it's crazy. Like, this is nuts. They talk about going after Fuentes, right? And getting Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles to publish, okay? And then it discussed burner profiles, burner accounts, AI-generated interview-style videos, troll content briefs, right? And so it is like she's basically saying that she's outing like a propaganda network that is being funded by the White House. And somebody mentioned this earlier that Elon Musk is obviously a part of this. I don't know. Yeah, I know she's providing receipts. She's got a report here on the Charlie Kirk assassination. I mean, I'm going to look into this more in depth. Oh my God. Dude, there fucking like looking at Andrew Tate posts, right? Dude, isn't this crazy? Mossad, Russian nexus, okay? And foreign actors are weaponizing domestic crises like the Charlie Kirk assassination, and it represents an urgent national security threat. So they're basically saying, oh, like they're like trying to loop people in the Trump propaganda network. And they're saying, though, like the Trump propaganda is necessary because we're being attacked. Dude, this shit is wild, boss. Okay. Now, anybody that has 1776 in their handle, you can guarantee is a bot or a moron. All right. Look at this, though. They were going after Tucker Carlson in their scripts, but they wanted to plug Dan Bilzerian. Right? And they dude, what the fuck, bro? This is crazy shit. Dude, but look at this, though, right? Like, you see this, though? This part right here, let's talk on the call tonight. I'd hope this would be done last week. We have a report to go to the admin, and you could take content from there, but we didn't want to send it to you until we sent it to the admin. I mean, guys, this is problematic, okay? Because on some level, we know this is going on, okay? I mean, we know it. We've heard it from Ashley St. Clair about the group chats. We've seen how, 20 right-wing influencers will all deliver the same piece of information, okay? That is then, disseminated 1 minute apart. So we know that there's a group chat that is saying, here, post this about this, and then they all do it. We know that that's going on. And we've heard this from multiple sources. But I guess, guys, what is problematic about this is oftentimes the Amus and the Mario Nawfal and Libs of TikTok, they're making a video. Okay, there's some video piece of content coming out that is getting shared. The implication here is that the videos are being purchased by the administration through third parties that are then disseminated across the internet as though somebody found them on TikTok. Okay, now, we've seen some of this in the LGBTQ situation where somebody makes a video. It's a classroom where you see the lectern and a teacher starts yelling at the student or whatever, right? We've all seen those videos. They're all filmed usually with the same actors, and you can tell oh, this is bullshit content. But now they're talking about AI scripted videos, making videos that are suggesting correlations between, influencers and this and that, or disseminating Nick Shirley narratives or what have you, or it could be violence, it could be whatever. But the idea that the admin is scripting videos to then be disseminated through their fucking right-wing network is super alarming, guys. Super alarming. Yes, they pretend the ideas are organic. Look at what we found. Look at this LGBTQ person, or look what happened in this classroom. Yada, yada, yada. Dude, this is insane. And she dropped all the receipts. Okay? Vine and Fig Tree Institute, right? Isn't that wild? That is fucking crazy, bro. All right, so let's see. This is Nick Shirley's first meeting with Trump.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist. And over the past year or so, I've been...
Dude, you see that right there? I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist. I mean, guys, this is before his Tim Walz video. Now, he had already been going to Ukraine, okay? Nick Shirley had. But did you see that? Like his introduction, I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist. Guys, that is like women, ladies in chat. What would you think if you met a guy online and you met for a drink and he sits down and he says, "Hey, you want to rape? You want a drink? I 100% am not a rapist, right? You want a rum and coke?" Dude, every woman I know would be like, "Yeah, hold that drink. I'm gonna go to the bathroom," and they would be getting into an Uber and fucking getting the fuck out of there, bro. Right? You know what I mean? You don't start off the introduction like that. Hi, I'm not a rapist. Hi. Would you like to go out on a date? I'm 100% not a rapist. Dude, what the fuck, bro? All right, here we go.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist. And over the past year or so, I've been able to go to 15 countries. I've hung out with people in the gangs of Brazil, in the favelas, in the prisons of 𝗙ecie. But yet the most dangerous places I have been here in the United States, unfortunately. And I've had the opportunity...
Dude, he can't even talk, dude. Yo, dude, Nick. Dude, spit that dick out, boss.
To show people about the protest Antifa here in the United States, and there's nothing organic about what they are doing here in the United States. I've watched people be bussed in from states. I've watched the same lady at a protest in Atlanta be bused to the protest in DC and then in New York City. There's nothing that is honest about what they are doing. And they have signs. I've seen the same signs here in DC and in London as well.
But dude, look at him. Look at the way he's dressed, guys. Look at the way he is dressed. I mean, he's wearing a fucking Trump costume, bro. You know what I mean? And so this guy, now we're finding out that this guy is a plant, right? That, oh yeah, I'm 100% not, hi, my name is Nick Shirley. Oh, I'm 100% not Trump funded, even though I'm dressed like him. And, oh, I saw the same protester in the favelas. Oh. Dude, I'm soaking my mommy. Dude. Right? Yo. Dude, they're trying to do Minnesota. I know, dude. I know. They went after, I mean, they're not going to have the same success. Yeah, dude, this is fucking, isn't this 𝗙𝗍𝗄𝗽? Dude, this is Savannah Hernandez. These are all these people.
It's a big organization and corporation that they're running. And people may wonder, like, what's the threat to us as Americans if we go? Well, you'll be labeled as a fascist, you'll be labeled as a Nazi, and they'll wish death upon you because they wish death upon me. And just last week in Portland, Oregon, I watched a lady get trapped in her car, surrounded by Antifa.
Dude, they're like, this Antifa shit in Portland is tired news, boss. Portland is fucking, like, this is like the least violent city in America. I don't even know what they're talking about.
And her sister messaged me after seeing the video. She said, the only reason I think my sister was safe is because you were there recording. I also was chased out by a member of Antifa who said he would smoke me. And next thing he knew, a DHS sniper had lasers on his chest. If he was not there, who knows what would have happened. Oh, yeah, who knows? Dude, whatever. But yeah, you know who else was at this fucking thing, right? Was Katie Davis Court, okay? This chick. Right? Was this chick.
She's another one. We have several crazies here, but it was this one. Okay, you ready?
Not so rich.
Nick Sortor was at this one. This was the one with fucking Sortor, and let's find Katie Davis Court. There she is. All right.
Suspect in the streets had her held for 35 minutes after being first officials.
Dude, all of these
Portland,
people
at the ICE facility I've been covering that is justified to crush the civil rights of their political enemies and 𝗙𝗪𝗏. I have been infiltrating Antifa cells in Seattle and Portland for the past decade. I know their inner workings, and Antifa uses extreme political violence to crush the civil rights of their political enemies and believes that violence is justified by any means necessary. But today,
dude, but again, okay, let's look at her. That woman is this woman, okay? She is these people. She blocked me, okay? She's blocked me, but she's insane, boss. There she is. Right? Oh, Lord have mercy. Right? Dude, she is crazy. Right? And dude, she is fucking a nut job, boss. Okay? She went on Fox News. She's been hanging around Portland for years, right? Somebody hit her with like a flagpole or some shit. Okay? Antifa. I know Antifa does not exist, guys. There is no such thing as Antifa. Now, I will admit this. There is a network of activists in Portland. There is a network of activists in Portland that stand up to the Proud Boys, that go and break up any type of like when Nick Sortor and these assholes show up in Portland, they do strategize with each other, and they are working to defeat ICE and keep tabs on ICE, right? There is an absolute network of many, many different like activists here in the state of Oregon, not just in Portland. But it is not, there's no leader, there's no like, there aren't cells. There are just a bunch of different activist groups. Some of them like fight, foresters. Some of them track ICE. Some of them track, immigration. Others follow like City Hall. Some of them keep tabs on the Proud Boys. And when those guys show up, they go and like they'll be protecting people at the pride parades and shit like that. And they organized and like made sure that people had water and food during the George Floyd protests and shit like that. But like they're literally, it's not like a group. They're so disparate. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at the people who sort of like were the big voices in the pro-Palestinian movement, they're much different than the people that were like on tree stands and shit trying to prevent loggers. It's just, there's a history of activism here in Oregon, mostly because there's a very large, LGBTQ community. And so activism has roots here, and because of the environmental shit, because of the woods and people protecting the waterways and people protecting the forests and shit, there's like a hub of activism in the Northwest. And they're very good at it, But what's crazy about this is how they're looking for that tag in order to weaponize, right? I mean, they want to one-word it, okay? Yes, exactly. It's like they want to one-word it because when they call it Antifa, like the same way they use woke, they want to woke, right? They want to woke for terrorists, right? Because you can't charge someone for being woke, but you can charge someone for being Antifa if Antifa means they're terrorists. I mean, it's bullshit, okay? It's bullshit, is what it is, boss. Dude, she is nuts, though. Look at her. She's insane, guys. She is insane, dude. But she was at that thing, too. But now, we're finding they're all funded, guys. Okay? And this is what is, what is problematic. There she is, dude. Look at her.
I am sitting here with a black eye and a concussion after being violently hit in the face with a metal pole while reporting outside the ICE facility just this past week. After the attack, I immediately went to three Portland police officers who refused to detain the suspect. I took the time to chase down the suspect in the streets, had her held for 35 minutes.
Yeah, they didn't detain her because nobody attacked her. That's why they didn't detain her. And what's crazy about this, though, guys, is they point out, like, they try to make it seem like the cops are protecting the protesters. But, dude, the cops in Portland are not protecting the protesters. They're fucking friends with the Proud Boys. And that's what's so insane that, like, dude, if you ask any of the protesters here, like, some of the cops are, like, decent, but most of the cops here are not on the protester side, okay? Not by a long shot.
I was waiting for Portland police to come, and they never came. Then that's what opened my eyes to what this group is actually doing. I watched 20 Antifa militants help my assault suspect escape into an Antifa safe house that is 1 block away from the ICE facility. And this safe house is where Antifa-affiliated protesters are conducting paramilitary operations. It's where they are.
She meant paramilitary, parliamentary. Dude, none of them can talk, bro. You know what I'm saying? Dude, they can't. It's like none of them can talk. They're idiots. But guys, yeah, paramental. But think about this, guys. Think about the coordination, okay? What did we see when during the election, when Jay Jones was running for Attorney General in Virginia? While that campaign was happening, they were portraying Jay Jones as he's going to kill your kids. Democrats are violent. Democrats are like trying to kill your children. While that was happening, they sent all these people to Portland to be like, ooh, their Democrats are being violent in Oregon. Let's call in the National Guard. They tried to call in the National Guard. It failed. We won in court. Then they went to LA. All the people went down to LA. Ooh, there's rioting in LA, right? Ooh, send in the National Guard. They tried. Gavin Newsom won in court. Then they all went to Chicago. Remember the ICE facility, the priest getting the pepper ball, and like all of Cam Higbee and all of them, they got sent to Chicago, right? They were trying to like send the National Guard in on Pritzker, okay? They're literally hiring these fucking people. And yeah, the Frog won. Dude, Frog for the win. Oh, uppercut. Dude, it is so crazy. And now it looks like 𝗙𝗪𝗄𝗽 is coming out with this shit, boss. Yeah, this is, we're going to have to look in on this, guys. Okay? Because if this could be some good fodder here. Okay? This could be some good fodder for uncovering this shit. They are what they are accusing the Dems of being always, guys. Always. That is why that's where that whole every accusation is a confession comes from. Because these guys are literally, dude, they are literally like, they're just continually accusing us of that shit. You know, it's like they say LGBTQ people are groomers. Meanwhile, they're all grooming like a motherfucker, okay? Their indoctrination is what happens at church. All right, guys. Dude, shit, bro. All right, bro. I keep fucking up. I keep missing the dance party. So we have a total of 5. All right, so hold on. Let's try this again, boss. We're gonna try getting, so we need 5 over. All right, this is our last chance. Try and get a dance party. All right? We need 25, baby. Let's go. Dude, it's so discouraging. And the fact that every single media outlet is a right-winger. Dude, Steph, let's go. It's like every media outlet, guys, is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Every single media outlet is like right-wing now. Okay, dude, the one, Paula, let's go. Here she is. I mean, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I don't know what your For You is like on Twitter, but my For You page, guys, it cycles, okay? It cycles. Like every 2 weeks, I see radically different people involved in my For You page, okay? For a while, it was like all, fucking, like male incel shit. Then it will go to like one election thing. And it's like small creators and shit too. Okay. It's not just big voices, but even if I interact with shit after like 2 weeks, it will be a completely different subject. But there are subjects like running through the For You that are pumped. And I mean, you see this shit, right? You see this shit when you look at like this, like Spencer Pratt. Every single day, there was a thing that said Spencer Pratt surges. Okay? Every single day, guys. Spencer Pratt surges. Spencer Pratt surges. Spencer Pratt surges. Every day, there was a new Spencer Pratt surges. And now it's very obvious what they do with this, because they're trying to make Spencer Pratt look viable and make him look like, oh my God, everybody's voting for Spencer Pratt. So then people will be like, well, fuck it. If everybody's voting for Spencer Pratt, I'm going to vote for Spencer Pratt, or I'm just not going to vote, because you know what I mean? They're trying to fucking fucking, I don't know, dude. It's like heavy duty, like propaganda movement. You canceled your Twitter when Elon bought it? Dude, I wish I could. Unfortunately, being in media, it's like I can't. And like Twitter's, if you're in media, your voice is still required on Twitter. The fight needs to happen. Oh, Kavanaugh is trending. Let's go. Oh, dude, Kavanaugh is trending. Oh, look at that. Look at the #1 tweet up there, boss. That's me, baby. Oh, shit, dude. Dude, let's go. That's us. Epstein survivors. I think this is old. That is old. All right. We're going to look at some of that Epstein shit. All right, dude, let's get the dance party, guys. Let's hone in. All right. We're going to focus here. We're going to take a break. We're going to secure the dance party so we can get that off the table. And then we will move on. There's 2 other subjects I want to look at. Okay. I want to look at, let me see what we got here. We got that. I do want to look at Trump getting forced off the Kennedy Center. And I also want to look at the Epstein depots. Dude, I'm having like nose hair shit, boss. Dude, did I see Anna and Candy? Oh, I did. I already made a video about that. Dude, here's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that 𝗙ecie and Karen Bass can go 1-2, so Pratt is just out of the running for the final election. And then it would be nice to have Steyer and Becerra be 1-2, so we have no Steve Hilton. That would be ideal if we could just eliminate the right-wing candidates. I don't want 4 more months of Spencer Pratt. Like, please, LA, get rid of this clown. You know, if he comes in third, he's gone. Private dance party just for you, Steph. Let's go. All right, guys. We need a total of 25. We got this. Let's get it. Here's a little taste. There it is. Let's go. Let's get the dance party. We can secure the dance. Let's go, let's go. Dude, you like that? You like that little dance bit? It's some good shit. Bro, dude, it's going to be Pride Month soon. It is. It is Pride Month right now. Dude, I'm curious what it's going to be like, right? This is like, what's going to happen with fucking Pride Month? You know? You know what I'm saying? Dude, he won. He is pale, dude. He is fucked up. Dude, I'm having fucking nose issues. Dude, I've been getting like, my allergies came early. They normally don't start until June, but they started about a week early. But they come like clockwork, boss. They do. My allergies, they get pretty bad here in Oregon because of all the plants and grasses and trees. They didn't happen in LA because it was like super dry and there's not a lot of like vegetation there. But nice of Trump to arrange an event where sweaty men wrestle on Pride Month. Yes. Yes. All right, guys, let's go, baby. Let's get it. 22 minutes. We're working on it. Secure the dance. Oh. Dude, they have Pride festivals pretty much everywhere. I know that Idaho is having their like whatever heterosexual event. They're going to have a heterosexual pride parade in Boise. What idiots, dude. Jesus. Right? Idaho. Dude, Idaho is a lost cause. Dude, there's literally gay people everywhere. Like 25% of all people are gay. It's so dumb for these Christian weirdos to have that shit. It's so dumb. I mean, I will never understand why everybody has such an issue with that shit. You're there, you're from Des Moines. I played some shows in Des Moines at the college in, I guess, is it Ames? Yeah, it's like Ames is right next to Des Moines, isn't it? I think it was in Ames. Right? Yeah, Ames is just north of Des Moines suburb. I played at the college in Ames. Dude, like insane Christians in Iowa. Like insane. Oh my God. The people in Ames were like so religious. So religious. Like holy fucking shit. And I mean, these were like college kids. I went to an after party that was like 19-year-olds, right? And it was like, oh my God, they were like Jesuit. Dude, it was so weird. It was so bizarre seeing, because I was like, holy shit, you guys are fucking strange, you know? It was like crazy. Like, that's the thing that people don't realize. when you look at like a lot of America's whatever issues, I don't think people realize, dude, Lady B, dance on Pride Night. Yes, we're going to get this. Let's go. Pride Night dance, baby. Let's get it. That's the thing, guys, that I don't think people realize is I think people that live in liberal enclaves do not realize how much of America is like brainwashed Christian. Like once you get outside of the cities, most of those small towns are seriously brainwashed Christian people that are highly susceptible to every threatening, like, ooh, that's the devil. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I don't know why you keep printing the same message, but if you keep printing the same message, you're gonna get a timeout. But if you keep doing that, I'm just gonna hide you in chat. If you're literally printing the same message over and over, we don't have time for that shit, boss. But it is like, it's crazy, guys. I'm shitting you not that, you know, when you get outside of the cities, you go in those vast expanses, those like deep suburbs, you go into the small rural areas, and it is like Christianity is the dominant thing there. That is their, it is wild how, you know, it's part of the reason why we're in this mess, okay? Because they believe that, you know, the sexuality and the gay rights and the civil rights, that's the devil at work. And so they're going to vote for anybody who says like, oh, they're the devil, I'm God. It is like nuts, man. Dude, Jason's, let's go. All right, guys, come on, baby. Dude, let's grind it. We get this. Dude, we get this. All right, we're almost there, guys. We're fucking, you know, we're a little slow on the uptake tonight, but we're going to get it. I have patience. All right, we're definitely going to cut into the fucking time. I may have to bump the Epstein depots again. We're just running out of time, boss. Too much time. Dude, we need a national divorce. Dude, I'd love a national divorce. I would, guys. I really would. I tell you what I don't want, guys. You know what I don't want, guys? I don't want any type of war, civil war, any of that shit. Like, I don't want any of that. We're going to get it. Yes, we are, Jasons. I don't want any of that shit, guys. Okay? I don't want any of the fucking war. Any of the, like, none of that shit. Okay? I feel like if we can't make peace, we should consider a national divorce. I think that idea is not crazy. You know what I'm saying? I think it's reasonable. Okay? You know, it's like, because the thing about this is if they want fascism, like, they should be allowed to have it, but like, then let us not have fascism, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to live under Christian rule, though. Okay? I'm not going to live under Christian rule. Yeah, DIY, we covered Cam Higbee in New Jersey. I made a video about it. I think it's weird. I think sometimes the people who see the stream don't see the other videos, because people have been in Discord saying, oh, New Jersey. And I'm like, dude, I made a video about that like 2 days ago, right? And it's like, dude, LFG plus peace, everyone. Love you all. Let's go, Jasons. All right, guys. Let's go. Let's get it. Come on, baby. Can't divorce. Red states rely on blue states. Yeah, but red states can fucking figure their shit out, right? They can figure their shit out, boss. That's just it, though. They want us to keep paying for them, and they want to force us to fucking swallow their Bible, too. It's like, what the fuck, bro? people who live in rural areas by choice wanted to get away. I mean, some people moved to rural areas to get away, Nightshade, but a lot of people are stuck there. Okay, that's factual. I mean, that's what I saw in the small town Wisconsin, and that was part of the reason why, as a 9th grader, I got my dad his old job back in California, was because I saw that people get stuck. Okay, they do. They get stuck. What happens a lot of times, or, you know, I don't know what it's like now, but I can only speak to what happened when I was growing up. But a huge thing that would happen was people would get somebody pregnant. That was a ginormous thing that happened, is the early pregnancy. And then they're like, no one's going off to college. They go get a job at the foundry or the factory in town or what have you. Okay. So early pregnancy, high school or right out of high school pregnancy was a big one. The other one was people not going to college and getting a job at, you know, in Watertown, it was the Pepsi plant. There was a Pepsi plant. There were canning factories that, like, you know, made canned food. Right, that canned vegetables or canned potatoes, the canning factories were really big. And they get like stuck, you know, if they don't go to college, people get stuck. And it's really weird too, because there's a thing that goes on in small towns that I think this bleeds into the right-wing situation, guys. And it is the fact that you don't get to reinvent yourself, okay? That's a big problem in rural areas. Is in the city, if you fuck up your life or whatever, you get in a friend group, shit goes wrong, you make mistakes, you can change friend groups and you can become a new person, okay? If you grow up in a small town, you get a reputation in high school, and then that reputation follows you for like life, guys. Okay? If somebody was like, had a reputation, a woman had a reputation of sleeping around in high school, she'll be 40 years old, and everyone will still talk about how she's the woman who slept around, even if she has not had sex in 20 fucking years, guys. It is like really bad. Like, people can't shake that high school legacy, and so they get trapped there, never being able to evolve into, like, so they can't grow. They don't, like, their belief system doesn't evolve because they just get stuck in like quicksand. It's like really, it's a weird thing. And in cities, you can evolve over and over and over again. You can like change your friend group and be a brand new fucking person and without ever leaving the city. And you cannot do that in a small town. Like, you can't. You do not get to reinvent yourself. Dude, it's crazy. I'll go back to Wisconsin and my older brothers are like 60 and they still have the same reputation that they had when they were fucking 19, boss. It's so bizarre. It is so bizarre, dude. All right, guys, 11 minutes. Let's get this. Dude, Steph coming in hot. Let's go. 11 minutes, guys. Come on, baby. We need 25, but that's all right. We'll worry about the extra 5. Let's get the fucking 12 and 11, baby. Let's get it. And that's why I think resentment politics works so well there. Because those people are stuck, man. They are. They're stuck. They can't reinvent themselves. There's not a lot of room for them to evolve their worldview. And so they get stuck in these like really, you know, they get stuck in these sort of unilateral ways of thinking and they can't ever like grow outside of it. You know, they can't, I don't know, you can't evolve. Yeah, dude, I do want to talk about Cenk and the Israel stuff. Need a famous Tommy shrimp on the barbie. Let's get a shrimp on the barbie. Thank you, Jasons. We need some shrimp on the barbie. McWanago? Oh, shit. Yeah, dude, I got out. 9th grade, boss. 9th grade. Dude, Jason's, let's go. Dude, in 9th grade, I got out. I was going into high school, and I was like, dude, I wanted to go to college in California, and California had free college for state residents in the 80s. And so I got out. I made a move. I called my dad's old boss, and I said, it sucks here. We need to get back to California. Here's what I need from you. I need you to give my dad his job back. I need you to give him this hourly wage, and I need you to like do it like 2 weeks from now. Okay? And you got to help me out here. Like he hasn't been able to find work here for a year. He's too prideful. He's not going to reach out. He's like trying so hard, and I need to get out of fucking Wisconsin. And his boss like was cool and made a deal with me. And then I sat my parents down and I'm like, okay, here's the deal. Here's what we're doing. All right. And we did it. Dude, that like changed my fucking life though. Because I'm telling you, if I had stayed in Wisconsin, like I don't even know if I would have gone to college. Right. And what if I had had my drug habit while in Wisconsin? Right? It would have been, I ended up having a drug habit and shit in California, but it's way different. It is like way different, man. Like surviving and evolving and getting out of shit in a city is like way different. It is, dude. Dude, yeah, no, I would be stuck there. I don't know if I would be MAGA. I don't know if I'd ever be fucking MAGA, but I don't know if I would ever be MAGA, but we'll see. I'm a hero for my dad. No, my dad ended his life not talking to me. My dad was like, he didn't like me. All right, guys, dude, 11 and 7. All right, here we go. Let's get it. 10. Let's go. Jason's. There it is. 10 and 7, baby. Let's get it. Dude, California is amazing. Let's go. Let's secure this. Dude, 9. Kim, I keep missing you. East Coast time. Yes. Well, you got us now, Kim. Let's go. Dude, East Coast time. Dude, you're crazy. Dude, it's late East Coast. You're out. Let's go. Thank you, Kim. All right, guys, 9. Let's get it. Go to Packers games? No, I was never going to be a Packers fan. Dude, I was a Raiders fan when I was a kid. I didn't like the Packers. I don't like green and yellow. I didn't like their name. I've been to many Packer games. I've been to Lambeau Field many times. We also used to drive down to Chicago and see them at Soldier Field. And so I did not like the Packers, though. I was a Raiders fan from the very beginning because everybody hated the Raiders. The Raiders, like, people would get so irritated by the Raiders. They would get all mad when somebody brought up the Raiders. And I liked the team that provoked a strong reaction. That was always my thing. Anything that provoked a strong reaction, I was like, yeah, I like that. I'm into that shit. Dude, the cheeseheads? No, I'm not wearing a cheesehead. Jim Plunkett, let's go, dude. Fernando Mendoza, baby. Let's go. 9 left, guys. 6 minutes. All right? We'll worry about those extra 5, all right, when the time comes. But let's get it. Dude, let's go, dude. Laura, thank you for the membership. Appreciate you, boss. Dude, the Raiders were really good in the 70s and 80s. And then they came to me, boss, right? Because, I mean, you may not realize this, but so I was a Raiders fan in the 70s, okay? And then we moved to LA in 78, okay? And then we moved back to Wisconsin. We moved to LA again. And then in the 80s, the Raiders came to LA. And then pretty soon I was able to see the Raider games. was like, fuck, dude, my fucking team moved to me, boss. Isn't that amazing? That's fucking incredible, right? My team came to me. Let's go. And I am a Raiders season ticket holder to this day, too. Right? I was a season ticket holder in Oakland, and now I'm a season ticket holder in Vegas. I can't really afford to go to many games, though, unfortunately. But if I ever get rich, I will go to all of them. All right, guys, 4 minutes. Let's go. 9 left. Nine left, boss. Dude, love the Raiders. Come on, baby. Fuck, bro. Just watching the clock fucking tick away. Dude, time is going too fast, boss. Right? Press had to stand 100 feet away. Wouldn't let him film. Yeah, dude. Dude, they're fucking... Dude, yeah, no, Elon. That is why Elon was wearing the cheese hat. Yes. It was because of Wisconsin. And he fucking... Dude, he lost that Supreme Court race. $30 million down the tubes. And not only that, dude, Laura, thanks for the laughs. You're welcome, Laura. Thank you, boss. All right, 3 minutes. 8 left, guys. So, guys, the fucking, Elon spent $30 million on that Wisconsin race, right? $30 million on that Supreme Court race. They lost. And then Wisconsin won another Supreme Court seat. The Democrats did. Now they have a big advantage, dude. Wisconsin's maps are all going to change now. Let's go, guys. 2:50. 8 left. This is it. Time to dance or no dance, baby. This is it. Oh, shit, boss. Dude, let's go. 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗧𝗏. Let's go. Thank you, Nurse Joy. 7 left. Are we going to talk about Delaney Hall? Dude, I already made a video about Delaney Hall, boss. Like, we spent half a stream on it like 2 days ago, and I made a video about it. So I've already talked about Delaney Hall, right? But mostly we talk about, like, you know, the subjects that are sort of happening on fucking, you know, on, that are like having some reach on fucking YouTube. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, it's just not like my, as far as my YouTube video audience goes, like the immigration is like a slice of it, but it's not a predominant slice, right? But we do cover it, right? We don't, it's not an everyday topic. Paula never gets old. She does not. All right, 1 minute, guys. Let's go. There's a pastor calling out Paula White. Let's go. You haven't heard me talk about it? Yeah, no, I mean, there's a video. You can go look on the video page. There's a video about Cam Higby and Nick Sortor. It was like 2 days ago. 50 seconds. Oh, shit. Dude, it's like, this is going to be the first night we don't have a fucking dance party. That's crazy. That's all right. It's a full moon. We will survive, boss. All right? Dude, I mean, we knew it was going to happen eventually, right? We're like, I mean, you always get there eventually. I guess I'll fucking start. I'll try one more to get those remaining. I'm not going to sit and focus on it. Dude, let's go, Jason's. We'll let it run and we'll see what happens. Right? I got to cover some more shit. I'm not going to worry about it too. Sometimes we're just going to have, all right, so we're 10 shy. So we're going to fucking try to get the remaining fucking 10 and we'll see what happens. I'll put it on for 15 minutes and maybe we'll get it. We'll see what happens. All right? Because we needed 25. We'll see. We'll let it go for 15. Dude, let's go. Oh, shit, boss. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Now they come in. Dude, Jason's! Let's go! Dude, Catherine, let's go! Dude, thank you, boss. Catherine's Leaping Lemurs? What a great name, dude. Dude, I love lemurs. They're so cute. All right, you ready? All right, we're gonna try and fucking make this happen here, boss. There we go. Here we go. You ready? Let's get it. I believe, dude. All we need is 10 and 15 minutes. It's fucking doable, boss. On. We're going to we can do this. Pride Night, Pride Month, Pine Box. There it is. All right. Let's go. Dude, Nameless. Dude, Crawling. Let's go. All right, there it is. Dude, let's go. There we go. So now we need 8. All right. We're going to let it roll. All right, I'm moving on, though. I got to move on. I got to cover some shit or fucking I'm not going to be able to make any videos, boss. So we killed like 40 minutes. Dude, every time we talk about Zionism, it is like, it eats up like an hour and we like accomplish like next to nothing. You know? It's so hard because it's such a struggle to talk about that because it's like, dude, we just have so many Christians, government. There's like nothing we can do, dude. You know, dude, Jason's, let's go. Dude, Lady B, let's go. I know, Cenk got banned in the UK. Dude, my thing is, here's my thing about Cenk in the UK, is I think Cenk is terrible, okay? I do. I think he's terrible, and he is a bullshit artist. But, dude, why would you be banning people from the fucking UK? That's weird, guys, okay? That is fucking weird, guys. You know what I mean? Like, why is the UK banning people because of what they say about Israel? That's fucking weird, dude. Like, what the fuck is going on? Dude, what the fuck is going on? Right? It's Christianity, dude. I'm telling you. It's fucking Christianity, boss. It is. Dude, it is Christianity. All right? People aren't going to believe it, but it's true. Wherever there's Christianity. All right, guys, let's look at something funny. Okay? We got to look at this. Okay? Because this shit is hilarious. All right? You ready? You ready for some laughs, boss? Look at this. So you had to see this post. Okay? Did you see this post by the White House today? They did their little meme. Okay? The White House. And it says, literally, thank you for changing my life. And Trump saying, I'm literally just saving America. And it's like, yo, what the fuck is going on, boss? Like, give me a break, dude. Thank you for changing my life. I'm literally just saving America. Now, this post by the White House prompted like a huge fucking outcropping of memes. All right, dude, let's go. We need 6, guys. We're 6 away. But look at what people did, guys. Look at how they responded. You ready? Thank you for changing my life. I'm literally just raping children. Dude, you gotta see these, boss. Oh my God, there's one of them. Then here's another one. I'm a pedophile. Trump says, I'm a pedophile too. Let's be friends. Dude. Raymond, a little deja vu. Yes, boss. Let's go 5 away, guys. We're 5 away. Dude, look at this. Thank you for covering for me. I'm literally just saving my own ass. Dude, these are so good. Dude, people were doing them all day. Dude, this Jeffrey Epstein is hilarious. Right? Look at this one. Thank you for changing my life. Dude, Trump says I'm literally just attracted to children. Dude, look at this. Oh, shit. Bro. Oh, my God, dude. People were going off on this one, right? Thank you for protecting our class. I literally belong to it. Dude, they made him like super orange. Let's go, Raymond. All right. Oh, fuck, dude. You gotta look at these, boss. Oh, they're so good, dude. Oh, my God. Dude, right? This person said they tucked his neck gina into the shirt, which they did, right? Why do you keep getting us into useless wars? I'm literally just protecting pedophiles. Doing my part. Skya! XO, Pine Box, and FDJT. Let's go, Skya! Let's go. Dude, there it is. We are now 4 away, guys. We're 4 away, dude. Let's go. Dude, look at this one. Thank you for changing my life. I'm literally just saving Israel. Oh, fuck, dude. That is fucking brutal and true. Thank you for saving my life. I'm literally just saving my own ass. Oh my God, here we go, dude. Thank you for changing my life. I sold out you and every member of your family's future to create Zion and Israel and hell in America. And me and my friends got rich doing it. Dude. Oh my God, bro. Like, isn't that fucking, and guys, it's not even wrong. Like, show me the fucking lie, dude. There's no lie there. Okay? There's no lie. Like, he is creating absolute hell in America, guys. Okay? Absolute hell, dude. Dude, I love this one. I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. They're botting you in the comments, and you fucking deserve it. Yo, dude. Dude, wait, Kermit. Yo. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you are. They're getting real with you, Chief. Yeah, dude, Trump is getting roasted. He is getting roasted for being an Epstein rapist and an overall general piece of shit. All right? All right, thanks, Chief. Fuck Trump. Bye-bye. Dude, Steph, let's go. Dude, 3 away, guys. We're 3 away. We got this. Let's go. 3 away, dude. Oh, my God, dude. But, dude, Donald Trump's AIPAC tracker, isn't that insane? $230 million. Like, $200 million was from Miriam Adelson, but $230 million. That's insane, dude. Right? Dude, look at this. This one says, you're Israel's bitch. I know. Dude, thank you for changing my life. I'm literally destroying and robbing this nation. Dude, America 250 is being turned into a Trump rally where he talks about himself for 90 minutes. I can't help it. I'm a narcissist. Oh my God. Dude, where are the rest of the Epstein files? LOL. Remember Haram? That was fun. Rip Haram. Patriot. What the fuck, bro? Oh, shit, dude. Oh, my God, bro. What the fuck, dude? Oh, this is brutal. Literally, quality of life, affordable housing, healthcare, good jobs, lower prices, safe communities, education. Oh, look, a trans person. And the MAGA guy's got like a crosshair. Oh, my God, dude. Uncle F, I literally just shit myself. Oh, I shit my pants. Dude, this is so accurate right here. Oh, my God, dude. That is so crazy. Dude, the pedophile. Dude. Dude, some of these are so good. Guys, what do we got? We got what? 3 more? 2 more. 2 more. 2 more, guys. We fucking got this. We're getting it. Dude, look at this one. Dude, this is, look at this shit right here. I think he is amazing. My truck used to hold $59 worth of gas, and now it holds 120. I don't know how he did it, but he is amazing, and I plan on voting for him again. Oh shit. Bro, dude. That is literally like the story of MAGA. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Dude, what the fuck, bro? That is like, I feel like this is MAGA in one fucking, like, this is totally MAGA right here, bro. I don't know how he did it. Dude, now my truck holds $120. Dude. Oh. Bro. That is fucking brilliant, man. Oh my God. Dude, get on your knees. Yes, master. Oh my God, dude. Oh shit, Trump in a diaper, can't do it. All right. I think we're fucking getting, I think we got the fucking good ones. Dude. Oh my God, dude. Oh, dude. Dude. What the hell, bro? Dude. The whole chair disappears. Fashionably punk rock Wade Stephanie, let's go. All right, guys, 1 more, 3 minutes. All right, we're securing the dance party. Oh my God. Dude, let's get it. Let's giddy up. Dude, thank you, Stephanie. 1 more, guys, and we got this. And if we want to get 4 more just to hit the goal, we could do that too. But we need 1 more. And we got the dance party. Let's go. Dude, isn't that crazy? Dude, there it is. Jason's brings it in. Let's go. Oh, we did it. All right. Now, if we want to, you can go ahead and get 3 more if you want to get the bonus goal. But that's it. We secured the dance party. We only needed that 1. We got this. Let's go. But you can do the extra 3 if you want to get the goal done, but we're covered. All right, so we move on now. I did not see what Kyle posted, but where is it? Oh, is this it? Freedom 250.
America turns 250 years old, and folks, we have got a card for you tonight.
Hold on. Oh shit. Dude, I that music is probably going to be problematic. Oh, fuck, dude. There's a Tesla robot. They're fighting with gas cans. Oh, my God, dude. Dude, who is that Alex Jones looking motherfucker? Jesus. Dude. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude, it's Elon and Sam Altman. Dude, I'm gonna have to look into this, right? Because I'm worried about the fucking music is gonna trigger some shit. Dude, can I just say, I don't like AI videos. Dude, they're so crappy. You know what I'm saying? They're so like, I don't know, dude. The people always look different and shit. They're so like shitty. You know, they're funny for moments. Dude, let's go, Steph. Let's go, do it. Punk rock politics. It's like, I don't know, dude. There's something about it that it is all just slop. Okay. But this though, have you seen this? This, guys, I feel like this is really big, and we're going to cover this at some point. But the people, all the people that MAGA have gotten fired over Charlie Kirk are like winning huge settlements. And this is good, guys, because, you know, none of us should be getting fired from our job, okay, for voicing something on social media about like Charlie Kirk. And I mean, the people that were getting fired were not even saying, like, they weren't even doing heinous shit. Okay. They were literally just like quoting Charlie Kirk's words and shit. But many of the people were teachers. Some of them were professors who were like tenured, and now they're all winning. Okay. And they should, man, because that whole right-wing talk to your manager campaign after that shit should not have been going on, guys. That shit is bullshit. All right. So I guess the last thing we'll look at is we can look at some of the Cenk Uyghur. Okay. Let's look at Cenk about the getting banned from the UK. That's fucking weird, guys. Watch a little bit of this video. I'm going to have to bump the Epstein depot shit. Dude. So, dude, Italy banned Kanye over security concerns. Yeah, I heard they revoked that. Did they give, what was their reasoning? Did they give any reasoning, or did they not say anything at all? I mean, I guess we'll see in the video. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's watch a little bit of this. All right, here we go.
Hi, guys. I just got banned from the United Kingdom. Not joking. I'm not exaggerating. I just got back from the airport and I was going to get on a flight to go to London. And they said, "I'm sorry, sir, there's a problem." I said, "What's the problem?" They said, "You've been banned from the United Kingdom."
Dude! He went to the airport. Now, guys, This is hard for me. Okay, you know why? Because on the one hand, I love the fact that Cenk Uygur is actually getting banned from a country because he is such a grifting, like, disingenuous, like, weirdo, okay? So the fact that he's getting banned from a country is hilarious to me, right? Because he's such a schnook. But realistically, though, what the fuck is going on? How are you getting banned from a country for, like, the things that you say? You know what I mean? We need a government where there isn't constant drama like reality TV BS. Yes, Stephanie. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's weird that you can talk about one country and get banned in another country. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is fucked up, right? Like, Cenk getting banned from a country is hilarious, but anybody getting banned from a country for talking about another country is, like, super alarming. I hope you understand what I mean, right? Like, Cenk being a disingenuous fool, the fact that he got banned from a country, I think is just so funny. He goes to the airport and gets banned. But I'm horrified by the fact that countries are banning individuals, and it's not even about the UK. Right? Like, I would understand if Elon Musk is funding, like, whatever bullshit in Germany or in the UK. He's funding the Nazi party. And so they're like, we're revoking your visa because you're meddling in our fucking politics or some shit. But, like, dude, he wasn't meddling in the UK's business. He didn't do anything to the UK. It's like they're banning him because of another country. That's fucking weird, bro. Like, that's weird, guys. Okay, what is the reasoning, though? I want to see, did the UK give a reason?
So that just happened. This is what I was going to the airport in. And they said that the British government has rejected my visa. They did not give an explanation at that time, but we now have the explanation. It was in an article in Times of London, as butchered as that article was, and I'll explain to you why they say that they're banning me and why I'm apparently a danger to the public order. I didn't know I had that kind of power. It's interesting. I walk into the public and people go nuts, apparently. And
now they do have different free speech laws there. Okay, they have different free speech laws there where, like, if you say negative shit about trans people, you can be arrested in the UK. Okay, and so I do want to see what the ban. Let's see if we can find out about this. All right, because he's saying it's about criticizing Israel, but what did the UK say? What is there? Okay, so according to this, okay, let's see. According to this, it says, according to the Times, Cenk Uygur was banned from the UK by Shabana Mahmood, a British Muslim woman of Pakistani heritage, because he, quote, dismissed evidence relating to grooming gangs in towns such as Rotherham, where official inquiries have identified an estimated 1,400 victims, and repeated classic anti-Semitic tropes, such as the claim that Israel controls America. So the breathless pivot to Israel controls Britain is a nice comedic flourish. Okay, so now, right? This is interesting. Okay, because they are getting fucking, you know, they're like, I mean, I guess this is the danger of, you know, hate speech laws or what have you. But, like, right? And here's somebody, though, also like saying the first thing they did is to blame Israel, right? But it says that a bunch of people from that were going to the Unite the Kingdom March were banned. Okay, Valentina Gomez, Joey Manarino, 𝗙𝗙𝗏𝗧𝗏, right? So a lot of these right-wingers were banned as well, right? So it is like, I mean, and obviously all of these guys are like super staunch Israel supporters. And these guys are, you know, these are like completely fucking, some of these are Zionist weirdos. Some of them are just complete Islamophobes. So, I mean, I don't know. All right. But it's fucking bizarre, guys. To me, it's just bizarre that, you know, they're revoking visas for, but I guess maybe they're just calling it like hate speech or what have you, right? I don't know.
So what horrific criticism of the British government did I have? They said, oh, no, he didn't criticize the British government. You'll never guess which government's criticism got me banned from the United Kingdom. You'll never guess it. I mean, you could take days trying to guess. Is it Iceland? Is it Paraguay? Is it Turkmenistan? Oh, gosh. Is it America? Is it Russia? Is it the UK? No. Oh, you guys already figured it out? That it's Israel? Yes. I know it's shocking, but you are correct. I got banned from the UK, not for criticizing the UK, but for criticizing Israel.
All right. So what is with the fucking, what is with the talk about Shabana Mahmood? Okay. And so Shabana Mahmood, a Muslim like leader, banned like Cenk Uygur because his fears he could fuel anti-Semitism and his denial of the existence of grooming gangs. So like, what is that? I know I hear people talking a lot about the grooming gangs, right? Do we know if that source is, I mean, Shabana Mahmood is a figure in Israel. Okay. She is the fucking, she's the person who bans this shit. Okay. She is the person in charge of like the British State Department. So, I mean, guys, we have to look at, like, we have this shit going on in America where, you know, remember when they had the Muslim ban here in America where we banned all Muslims when Trump's first term, and now they've been limiting visas and shit coming from countries. So she is the person. It's like America's limiting visas of, I mean, America's doing this too. They're doing it a little like, I mean, they're doing it a little different, but America is Israel related as well, guys. Okay. And it's like, where people that are, they're doing it here. Okay. Where, right here. Okay. Look at this. The State Department. This is from April, guys. Okay. 1 month ago. Okay. The State Department is restricting U.S. visas for individuals from countries in our hemisphere who support adversaries in undermining America's interests in our region. Okay. Under the newly expanded policy, we have already taken action against 26 individuals, blah, blah, blah. So, like, we're doing it here too, right? Which is restricting visas if they support our adversaries. I mean, it's fucked up, guys. But, I mean, I guess we don't hear about it because the people we're restricting are not, like, you know, popular content creators. But, like, dude, this is fucked up. I mean, yeah, no, we've seen like Mahmoud Khalil, right? And 𝗍𝗎𝗍, yes, how they got picked up by ICE and shit simply for writing op-eds or for saying things that were critical of like the immigration and shit. So, dude, I mean, this is fucking, I don't know, dude. It's pretty crazy that like we're all kind of engaged in this shit. Now, let's see, does he mention the grooming gangs or anything here? And Labour Party said his presence in the UK was not conducive to the public good. Now, guys, let me just tell you, okay? There's a lot of like, I feel like I want to play Tabitha's clip about Hasan, okay? Because I know there's the shit with Hasan going on and the Israel shit, but like, I don't know if you realize, but a lot of Black Americans are like really don't like Hasan 𝗙𝗪, okay? And I don't know if you guys realize that, but there is, she made a video about Hasan that was pretty fucking, like, we should watch it, okay? Because it is pretty intense, guys. Let me find the one, because there is, let me find it. Hold on. Give me 1 sec here. I'll find it in my history. So just so you know, there is a like, and this is not an isolated thing with just Tabitha, okay? This is, there are a lot of aspects that of people that are not just that are not, you know, like there are a lot of different groups of people that are warring with Hasan. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, dude, you know, when you see the case they present, you can understand why some people are upset at him.
Fascism is good or bad? This is bad. Oh, absolutely. Fascism is bad. That's why in November 2024, I went into the voting booth to vote for Kamala Harris. That's why throughout the entire election cycle, I propped up Democrats. I encouraged people to go into the voting booth to vote for Democrats because I knew the Republicans were fascist. Your buddy Hasan 𝗙𝗪 didn't do that. Y'all like to get down in the comments and say, Hasan voted for Kamala. But Hasan also influenced millions to not vote for Kamala. One vote versus millions. Who do you think won? Donald Trump won because of Hasan's actions, meaning fascism won. If they start going for the liberals, are you going to have this same attitude? Oh, aren't you special? Bless your heart.
See, the thing is guys, I've been pretty open about my beef with Hasan, the way he behaved during the election. Because what he did was he never said, oh, don't vote for Kamala Harris, but he was super critical of her. He was critical of her comments about the military. He was critical of her not speaking out enough about Palestine. He said shit like there's going to be no difference. He said shit that was like excitement killing, okay? And he's done that a lot with Democratic people, even when they fucking invited him to the Democratic convention. Now, one of the problems I have had personally is the fact that Hasan is unaffected by Donald Trump winning. And I've been very open about this. That was the problem I had, is he was always hypercritical and like Mr. Integrity. But in fact, Donald Trump winning, Hasan's like financial portfolio is blossoming. And Hasan's stream is much bigger and much more virulent when the Republicans are winning. Okay, he definitely profits off the Democrats losing, and I have some issue with that, with people that profit. And like I said, I gave Hasan a pass in 2024, but in 2028, Hasan 𝗙𝗵 will not get a fucking pass. If he pulls that shit again in 2028, I will become I will rally against the man, because he's not going to get a pass 2 elections in a row from me. Okay. I mitigated this and realized a lot of shit was going on with Gaza. And I definitely was like, okay, I'll give you one. But in 2028, if he is like anti-Democrats that whole election cycle, I will be done with him. I will. He's not getting another one, because like I said, Hasan was the reason I got into politics, but his behavior in 2024 really fucking rubbed me the wrong way, guys. It really rubbed me the wrong way. Okay. Because you can't be anti-fascism and then be trashing the only option we have to combat fascism during an election year. Okay. You know what I mean? If you're anti-fascism, you have to then back the better of the 2 options. You know what I mean? Because she was better than Trump. Okay. We would not be in war with Iran if Kamala was in office. Okay. I don't even know if the voting rights shit would have gotten gutted if Kamala was in office. I mean, the world would have been much better with Kamala in office. And I did take some issue. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And was he doing that when it was down to her and Trump still? He was. He was he was, I don't know. He didn't really do that in 2020, guys. And that's what was really different for me, was in 2020 when it was Biden and Trump, he was not doing that. But the October 7th thing, got really, Hasan became a different person after October 7th, guys. That's kind of when I stopped watching him, because he became obsessed with right? Something happened after the Gaza thing where he just became anti everybody, and he became really aggressive. And Kyle was, and Kyle was really hard on that shit too, but Kyle has sort of come out against his own behavior and been I fucking realize I fucked up and I got to be more responsible. And the thing about this though, but Bradshaw, the thing about this though is when you say you want the genocide to end, but then you shit on the candidates opposing Trump, and now you've made everything in the Middle East worse. Everything in the Middle East, our only chance for even getting close to an end of genocide is not letting Republicans near office, and especially not Trump. somebody saying, if you want the genocide to end, calling Joe Biden Genocide Joe, and then like us fracturing the Democratic Party, I don't know that was the answer, you know? And so I don't know. I will give him a pass, but let's just watch some of this.
Have you not been paying attention? Donald Trump has been going after liberals, progressives, leftists, Democrats. You clearly have not been paying attention. Were you not paying attention when he went after Nancy Pelosi? Were you not paying attention when he went after AOC and Ilhan Omar? Were you not paying attention when he went after the entire squad? Were you not paying attention when he went after Letitia James? Were you not paying attention? Were you not paying attention when he was talking shit about the black community? Were you not paying attention when he said that Latinos were poisoning the blood of this country? Were you not paying attention? Were you not paying attention when people were out protesting during his first presidency and he called them all sons of bitches? He sent some military personnel out to gas protesters. Were you not paying attention? Were you not paying attention when he put together ICE to go after the Latinos? Were you not paying attention? Were you not paying attention when he put out the message to take steps further to suppress the black vote? Were you not paying attention? Were you not paying attention when way back when he went after 5 black young men, called for them to be executed?
See, listen to me. I want to address the person in there. Tiny Bento says he told people in swing states to vote for Kamala. Not sure what you're talking about, but here's what I'm talking about, guys. You can't go on, I can't go on a stream during an election year and every day talk shit about the Democrats, and then tell you, oh, but go vote for the Democrats, right? It's like the problem is that if you denigrate the Democratic Party and you say Kamala's bad, she's really not that different than Trump, negative, genocide Joe, you do that every day and then say, oh, go vote for Democrats. That's a cop-out, right? It's like during an election year, you want to be inspiring like togetherness and unity and let's get together and let's support our fucking people and let's win this fucking election. And if you show up every day during an election year and are like critical of your candidate, right? Oh my God, Kamala said this. Oh, she didn't say this. Oh, she didn't say that. That is creating a type of negativity that if you say, go vote for Kamala, it is like, you know, you have a responsibility during an election year, if you're a political commentator, to pick a team and then fucking endorse them, right? Or if you're anti both teams, then get on your own fucking team, right? I mean, I think the problem I have with left-wing content creators is like, either if you're in the Democratic Party, then help the Democratic Party win during the election year, or get out of the Democratic Party. But don't be in the Democratic Party and then be trashing the Democratic Party during the election year. That's a fucking problem. Because what are you doing then? You're actually helping the Republicans, okay? It's like, if you don't want to be in the Democratic Party and you want to get out and make a third party, then yeah, go make your third party. But don't fucking say you're like part of the Democrats and then shit on all the fucking candidates like the whole fucking time, because that is problematic, guys. That is very problematic. Now, the thing that Tabitha's talking about here is people were like freaking out that, oh, the government subpoenaed Hasan and the government's after Hasan. But Tabitha's like, yo, where the fuck you been? You're all mad that they're like going after Hasan, but like, dude, they've been going after black people the whole fucking time, right? They've been going after women. They overturned Roe v. Wade, right? And now you're like, oh, now they're going after Hasan. Of course they are. They're going to go after everybody that's not a white Christian. You know what I mean?
The Central Park Five, were you not paying attention? Were you not paying attention when Donald Trump went after black people way back when, refused to rent to them? Were you not paying attention? You probably weren't, because you didn't give a shit. You didn't give a shit. But you give a shit now because he's going after your king, 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀. Bitch, this government has been going after black people for decades. You didn't give a shit. You didn't give a shit. This government has been destroying black communities for decades. You didn't give a shit. Your grandmama and your grandpappy didn't give a shit. But now you give a shit because he's going after 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀. Bitch, fuck you and fuck 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗀. Were you going around comment sections talking about how he gutted the Voting Rights Act? Were you going around and getting down in comment sections when he overturned Roe v. Wade? Were you doing that? Were you going around down and being down in comment sections when they overturned the Affirmative Care Act? Were you going around?
She's mincing some words.
Around?
Dude, she's heated. And like, there are, like, the thing about this, guys, is again, I have some opinions. I see where she's coming from, right? I don't, like, to me, Hasan is not, like, completely bad, right? But I do understand some of the point, because the problem is Hasan will be like anti the Democratic Party because of like whatever AIPAC or pro-Israel Dems or whatnot. But Hasan is not affected when the Democratic Party loses. And some people are affected heavily when the Democratic Party loses. And that is a problem. Like, the problem is like I said, like, we're not, the Democratic Party is never going to be all like anti-Israel unless there are no Christians in that party. So you're going to have like people that still support Israel and people that don't support Israel in the Democratic Party. And then you try to get a coherent foreign policy that doesn't fucking like sacrifice our needs and doesn't keep us being an imperialist fucking weirdo in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? But like this idea that, oh, like we're going to if we trash the Democratic Party during the election year, we're going to end up being governed by Republicans, and genocide is not going to end. Okay? If Republicans are in power, genocide and Israel imperialism in the Middle East is going to get worse, always. So even if there are Israel supporting Democrats, it's going to be better for the Middle East with them being in power than Republicans, always. And that's one of the things is much of Hasan's audience is not American. A lot of Hasan's audience is people that hate America. Okay, let's be honest. Okay, a lot of Hasan's audience, right? A significant portion of Hasan's audience hates fucking America. Okay, and they're not from America. Okay, now that is a factual thing. okay? I'm not talking about what Dems do to progressives. Dude, there is definitely some Dems that try to sabotage progressives. We're seeing it with Graham Platner. We're seeing Zionist Dems trying to sabotage Graham Platner. There is absolutely that going on. I'm not going to deny that that's going on. There is absolutely AIPAC trying to influence primaries and shit. All of this is going on. And still, though, guys, the worst Democrat is better than the best Republican for all of our civil rights here in America, guys. Okay? And that is factual. So like I've said before, if there's an AIPAC Democrat and if there's an AIPAC Republican, and those are my only two choices, I'm voting for the AIPAC Democrat. Okay? I am not going to trash the AIPAC Democrat and end up with an AIPAC Republican. Okay? There is a difference between those two. And it is also, if we like, the elimination of AIPAC and that foreign money is something that's going to take like 20 years, okay? And I don't just want AIPAC out. I want the fucking pharmaceutical lobby out. I want Elon out. You know what I'm saying? It's like just getting rid of AIPAC money is not going to change the corporate fuckery and the civil rights fuckery here in America. Like AIPAC is a small fucking slice of the pie of the fuckery here in America. You know what I'm saying? And but this, to me, our civil rights and getting Republicans out is a number one priority, guys. Okay? And that is something that I feel like some of the militant left-wing, stop genocide people have contributed to worse genocide by sabotaging the election. Hello, Jill Stein voters. Voting for Jill Stein was never going to stop genocide. Okay? A vote for Jill Stein was basically saying, I want more genocide. And so we got to wake the fuck up. Okay? You know, but I realize, though, guys, that I think some of the militant left-wingers, okay, listen to me, hear me out on this. Some of the militant left-wing voices they're wealthy people, okay? They're political pundits. They are exempt from the bad shit that happens here in America because they're wealthy. And I think some of them think if they contribute to it getting very bad here, if the Republicans win a whole bunch, it's going to lead to like a socialist revolution. So I think some of them want to destroy the Democratic Party, and they want to do a takeover like Trump did with MAGA, but they think if they take over like from the socialists or whatever, that it's going to be like a good takeover. And I'm a little leery of that. I do want socialism here in America, but I don't want it being a fucking party takeover, like internal fracturing, fucking civil war sort of in the party type thing, because I feel like we will get taken over by like bad elements. I think it needs to be like progressive candidates winning. Like I've said this before, I would respect the hell out of Hasan if he ran for office and fucking won as a socialist and got in Congress and took his shit in there where he's actually living the talk and winning an election with his belief system, instead of like acting like if everybody adopted his belief system, they would win all the elections and nobody's listening to him. And right? I mean, the best way to do it is for him to win it, you know? And that's the thing. Like Mamdani is a good example. Okay, Mamdani didn't just blow up the fucking the party. He partnered with Hochul. He's partnered with Hakeem Jeffries. He's partnering with the power structure. Mamdani is. He's bringing everybody into the fold, even though he is very much against Zionism and all that. Mamdani is not out there trashing everybody. He is out there partnering with the fucking system we have to defeat the Republicans. And he's working with his critics. He's working with even his critics in the fucking assembly and shit. And that's very, very right. And he fucking, in the end, he got the endorsement from Hakeem and partnered with him. And Schumer never came around, and he's not going to partner with Schumer, right? But like, I think that there's a big difference between not losing or like burning shit to the ground, okay? And so I've said this before, guys. I am going to be very watchful of my fellow lefties during the 2028 election cycle, okay? And I mean, dude, I've come around for Graham Platner, who I had a lot of reservations with, but dude, he's got the D next to his name. The people in Maine like him. I'm supporting this guy, right? And I am not sitting there like I'm fucking defending Platner and shit online, even though I have reservations. And I expect the same from these fucking lefties in 2026, even if they're like worried about whatever, who that Dem supports. Because at the end of the day, we need the Republicans and these MAGA shitters out of government. And that means you support who is running against them, who is a legitimate candidate, right? You know, it's like, think about this. If 𝗙ecie wins the primary in Michigan, we go all in for 𝗙cie, okay? All of us. I don't care. And I will get mad at centrists if they trash 𝗙cie if he wins that primary. But if McMorrow wins that primary and Hasan tries to sink McMorrow because 𝗙cie didn't win, then I'm going to have a fucking problem, okay? Because I'm already going in and defending Platner too. If Platner wins the primary in Maine, we're going to back Platner. And if McMorrow wins or 𝗙cie wins in Michigan, we're backing them. But if McMorrow wins and Hasan tries to sink her, that's going to be telling, guys, because then you know, okay? And like, I hope Abdul 𝗙cie wins. But whoever wins, we're going to fucking back them. And this is where shit gets a little bit weird. And I'm not just talking about saying go vote for them. I'm talking about the general air that you build about building excitement and unity in your party, okay? You know what I'm saying? Unity in your party during the fucking election cycle, you know? But dude, Tabitha is like real mad. And she goes on to play some like clips from Hasan here that are, you know, that I know people say they're out of context, but like, you know, as you can see though, the people of color are heavily affected. Okay, Becerra or Steyer. So guys, I think either one of Becerra or Steyer will be good. Personally, I like Steyer better. I do, even though he's a billionaire. I don't like billionaires, but I do like Tom Steyer better than Xavier Becerra because Xavier Becerra is like, I don't know, he feels very politicky, and Tom Steyer feels like he wants to go for a little more of an aggressive change. But either one of those guys, I would fully get behind without regret, but I prefer Tom Steyer. Okay, I do. I prefer Tom Steyer. I think Tom Steyer, though, has so much power being a billionaire. He can be a little more fucking outlandish. Okay, like Xavier Becerra is like, you got to understand, guys, American politics is money. Okay, so a billionaire like Tom Steyer can burn everything to the ground because he's a fucking billionaire. He is immune. Okay, Xavier Becerra can't get elected without having donations and having a political machine behind him. So Xavier Becerra can't be as renegade as Tom Steyer can. And this is one of the things that I say about, like, if Hasan won't run for office, I wonder, like, why not? Like, if you really want that change, you really want that socialism change, you should give up your career and run. You got the clout to do it. You know what I'm saying? You feel like it's hard to specify an acceptable level of genocide enabling. Yeah, no, I know, John. I know it's hard with the genocide shit. I know it is hard. And you do have to vote for harm reduction. I think, guys, I chalk it up to this, okay? I chalk it up to this. Is in America, we have a two-party system, okay? So we have a civic duty, you know what I'm saying? And so Mordecai, listen to me. You gotta stop, you gotta get off, okay? You gotta get off with the clips, okay? When you say, make sure you bring clips of Hasan saying not to vote for McMorrow, that's not it, boss. Because if you trash McMorrow every day, and you do nothing but breed discontent with how fucked Michigan is, and they stole it from Abdul, and they wrecked him, and they did this, and they did that, and you do nothing but breed negativity, and then you say, oh, but go vote for McMorrow, that's a cop-out, boss. Your attitude day to day brings more weight than the clip of you saying, go vote for McMorrow. Right? If I trash Abdul 𝗟𝗟 every day, trash him online, trash his candidacy, trash everything, and then the night before the election, I say, make sure to go vote for Abdul, I have fucked Abdul 𝗟𝗟 over, okay? At the end of the day, it's not just about saying go vote for McMorrow. It is about generating positive energy for the Democratic Party during that election cycle if you are being part of the Democrats. You don't get to be negative, but you never said don't vote for them, but you were just negative the whole fucking time. You know, it's about your day-to-day energy, okay? If you're online trashing the Democratic Party every fucking day, and then you say, but go vote for Kamala, you've created an apathy that, like, you saying go vote for her is not the work, okay? It's more like the general fucking tone. Are you building apathy? Are you building resentment against the party? Or are you building support for the party and enthusiasm? And I think, right, the thing is here's the deal, Mordecai. The thing is it's not a lie, okay? It's not a lie, because even if it's a horrible Democrat, she's better than the Republican, okay? So it's not lying, okay? The point is we have a two-party system here. We have a civic duty to do harm reduction, okay? And to prevent, like, I don't want the Republicans to win because people like Tabitha, black people, are going to suffer, okay? I'm not going to suffer if the Republicans win, but I do not want trans people to suffer and black people to suffer. So yeah, it is not a lie for us to choose the non-Republican, okay? That is not a lie, okay? Harm reduction and protecting our civil rights here in America is not a lie. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying is it's not about being a lie. You know what I mean? Right? We're all being negative now about him when he's the biggest voice on the anti-establishment left. Yeah, but like I guess the thing is like I don't like that when you say he's the biggest voice on the anti-establishment left, because he is the establishment of like the socialist left. So like, you know, it's not that he's anti-establishment left. Hasan 𝗙𝗪 is the establishment of the socialist left in America. And he is trying to get the socialist left to be the people running the Democratic Party. He's not anti-establishment. He is just in favor of a different establishment having the power in the Democratic Party. But the problem is the Democrat, like, it's a big coalition, okay? You know, and so to me, that's a little weird of like anti-establishment left, right? Anti-establishment, the people that are anti-establishment are the establishment of other things, right? So that anti-establishment thing doesn't really move me as much as it moves some people on the left, okay? Because the anti-establishment people are just another establishment, you know? And again, I'm not trashing Hasan completely because I don't agree with Tabitha that he is fucking useless and terrible and we need to eradicate him. But I do question some of his motives at times with the way he operates, because sometimes it seems like he's operating to harm the Democratic Party, and at the same time, he appears to have significant financial gain when that happens. And so I do sometimes look at him a little bit like I look at Cenk Uygur, where I'm like, yo, bro, what are you doing there? You know what I'm saying? And so I think that I'm a Democrat, okay? I do that because I'm not trying to destroy the Democratic Party. I don't hate the Democratic Party. I have a much more, realistic idea of what the Democratic Party is and isn't. And I also, though, Bradshaw said something about how Hasan said he thinks he can do more being a commentator, but I don't think that's true. Obviously, if you want to change America politically, running for office is the way you can do it the most. But my thing is, I think Hasan knows that his socialist way is not exactly a shoo-in, and that it is much harder to win an election on the far left here in America because America is filled with fucking Christians that are pseudo-conservative, brainwashed, lack of education. We are not Europe, guys. Not yet. We are in some of the cities, but I think it's really dangerous. If he ran for office and didn't win, it would ruin a lot of his street cred. You know what I'm saying? And so the thing is I don't want to trash Hasan, and I don't want to fucking, because I think he is an important conduit to young voters, and he has a huge following. He's an important voice. Thank you. Let's go. I just want him to be responsible with that voice so we don't end up being a fascist country with Bibles up our asses. Okay? Because I am not I don't profit hugely when Trump wins. I did not get a Trump tax cut, guys. I am not wealthy. I'm struggling because of Trump winning. You know what I mean? And so I'm I just want him to be responsible with his platform is what I request. Because I don't think he's straight out bad. Like I said, his aggressiveness was part of the reason I got into politics. But he was very different in 2020 when the election was on the line than he was in 2024. Okay. And he was also not as successful in 2020, guys. He was on the come up, and he was still sort of ingratiating himself into the political structure like Hasan was in 2020. And by 2024, he was established, wealthy, had a lot more power, and he behaved very differently with that power in 2024 than he did in 2020. I noticed this because, like I said, during 2020, I watched a lot of Hasan. I was he sort of got me into political streaming. I used to watch him while I would edit my Fortnite videos, right? And so I just think 2028 is going to be very important. Okay. Like we need all hands on deck. You know what I mean? We need all hands on deck, guys. We do. We need all hands on deck. You know, all of us are going to need to get together in 2028, you know? And I'm like, you know, I'm doing this now, guys. Can I just show you? Let me just show you, okay? Because I want to show you what I did today. I'll talk about being responsible, okay? You ready? Look at this reply, okay? So there's a lot of shit going on with Platner, okay? And there was a woman that I know, okay? Look at this. There's a woman I know with Platner, right? Named Sarah Ironside, okay? And she is a political commentator. She is a Democrat, okay? She is definitely, more pro-Israel, leaning on the pro-Israel. She's like, you know, wants the genocide to stop, but she is not like virulent. For her, some of this shit about Graham Platner was like, wow, what are we doing? She's seeing these things, right? Now, what I did was she said to progressives who are saying we should ignore Platner's behavior, simply blah, 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 do they realize they're no different than Trump supporters, okay, is what this person said. Okay, now, this is a person that we follow each other on Twitter, and we mostly agree. But there is some Platner shit. But what I did was look at what I wrote. I wrote a long thing about Platner, and I wrote about him coming back from war. I used my half-brother who came back from Iraq and how he was a different person. I talked a little bit about Maine and the woman in 2020 who was squeaky clean and lost against Susan Collins, and what Platner's doing with Maine, and how we're just, 2 weeks away. I don't think we're going to get the same juice against Collins. And then I talked about the tattoo and how I didn't know the tattoo was fucking, a Nazi symbol. I mean, obviously, if it had been a swastika, I would have known. But the point being is I use my platform, okay, to try and explain to her some of what's going on with Platner to help bring the Democratic coalition together so we can all get behind. Okay, guys, I still have some reservations with Platner. He's not my favorite fucking end-all be-all candidate, okay? I have my own issues. But the point being, though, is I'm using my platform to help bring Democrats together, even when they're on the other side of this shit, because I want to beat Susan Collins, okay? And I believe Graham Platner is our best chance right now of beating her. Now, that's what I am talking about like using my platform responsibly. This is a candidate that I am not head over heels with, but between Platner and Collins, dude, I'm fucking, right? I'm fucking going Platner all day. And I think a lot of Maine will do the same. And so that's my thing is that's what I'm talking about being responsible. Okay? I'm not feeding her negativity about Platner, feeding it. And then after the election saying, well, I told people to go vote Platner, right? You see what I'm saying? I am trying to hold us together. And if people have issues with Platner, I'm trying to contextualize, why people are like looking at this guy, and that I think we all need to be doing that. I expect that from me and from Kyle and from Brian Tyler Cohen and from Midas Touch and from Hasan. Okay. If you are partnering with people with a D, if you are like campaigning for people that have a D next to their name, then we all in this shit together. And then we need to be responsible with how we approach all the Ds, not just the Ds we love. Okay. And I think that I believe in that. Okay. And if you don't want the D, then take the fucking D off your name and go put an I on there or put some other letter and go out and like be as hateful of the D's as you want. But you know, but you don't get to fucking, you know what I'm saying? You don't get to like take the D and then trash the party during an election year so we end up with Republicans. And if you're wealthy, you end up with the tax cut and a whole bunch of us end up fucked, right? No. Okay? And I'm not going to abandon this shit. If I get rich, I'm not going to start like trashing the shit so I can get more rich, you know? So there you go. That's my point, okay? Just so you know. Now, though, I'm going to go dance. I'm going to go make some videos. And again, I'm not straight trashing Hasan, okay? I think he brings a lot of value. But we need to all come together, guys. We do. And we have to come together with some people we don't necessarily like, okay? You know? And I've come around for Platner. Like, and dude, I'm supporting whoever wins the primary, okay? You know, I am. Your opinion is there's a fight coming in 2028. If you aren't a Zionist or a Nazi, then you're on the same side as most of the rest of the world. I mean, dude, there's a lot of fights going on now, guys. There are LGBTQ, like, you know, like there's anti-trans Democrats that are being like fomented, and there are like Zionists and non-Zionists, and there's breaks in Christian ranks. Like, guys, I'll be honest. I've been wondering if there's not going to be a realignment in the political parties. You know that shit that happened in 1964, right, guys? You know, the way the parties realigned. I think we might be in for a possible like party realignment here again that could get very bizarrely interesting. I'm serious. I would not be surprised if in the next 40 years there's like a realignment of the political parties. If like what the Democrats and what the Republicans become like changes a little bit, you know, there's weird shits going on, and it's being split around the Zionism, and it's being split around the Christianity, and it's being split around like racial and class lines and certain civil rights alliances, right? Dude, you can never see yourself aligning with 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀. Dude, fuck Paula, what's her name? Paula White. Dude, all right, you ready? Let's go. Dude, I don't know, man. I still might like throw my hat in the ring, boss. I'm still wondering about maybe running for office somewhere or doing something crazy. I've not sorted that out yet. I'm not sure where I need to go. Yeah, no, AI? Absolutely. Like, we got some battles. You guys ready to dance or what? Right? You guys ready to dance? Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm ready, dude. Let's fucking dance, boss. All right, let's go. Don't know how AI is going to affect the elections. Dude, there's a lot we don't know. We don't know how ICE is going to affect the elections. And dude, some places, like, I don't know if you know, but California, did you see what California did? California passed a law that said nobody can fucking take ballots, right? That California passed a law that nobody can confiscate ballots. Like they're already preparing for Trump to try and come in later and fucking take ballots and try to like do the shit they did in Georgia when they went and grabbed all those ballots. Remember? Fucking, and 𝗙𝗪cie got fired but said it was about cancer. I mean, dude, it's fucking getting wacky, boss. You know? Dude, 𝗙𝗪𝗧 would be a very interesting ticket. Dude, 𝗙𝗪𝗧 would be very interesting, guys. I would be very interested in that. I think we're more likely to get Tucker Carlson, okay, and some scorned Democrat. Dude, Chad Bianco can fuck off. All right, you ready? If we have an election, we're having an election, boss. The elections happened during the Civil War, boss. There's no way to stop the elections. All right, even martial law, at war, civil war, there's no election stopping mechanism in America. Okay? They would have to do like a full military takeover of the country, and that's not going to happen, dude. We don't have a big enough army to do that. So that we don't have to worry about. We're safe for now. All right. Oh, shit. Dude, somebody said Hasan Tucker. Dude, there's nobody you could pair with Tucker. Like, Tucker, for me, guys, is a no-go, guys. I will never partner with Tucker Carlson. I will never partner with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I will never partner with Candace Owens. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, no. There's no way, dude. I don't care if I agree with Tucker on foreign policy. Tucker is never, dude, he's a zany Christian replacement theory zealot, okay? And anything good he says about foreign policy is backed by insane Christianity. And anybody who partners with Tucker is like, they are not working for the good of fucking America. Okay? I would not partner with Anna. No way, dude. No way I would partner with Anna. No chance. You know, if I was still drinking, I probably would have gone home with Anna if I was drunk, but right? If I met her in a bar, I would have fucking gone home with her, but that's about it. If I was a drinker. Dude, fuck Tucker. All right, you ready? All right, I'm going to get canceled, dude. Don't mute that. Delete that. Delete that comment. All right, you ready? Let's go, baby. Don't cancel me. Please. All right, here we go. Let's go. Oh.
Been here before, yeah, I do
guys. Dude, that was a long one. Oh! All right. Dude, I'm so out of breath. All right, I'm gonna go make some videos. Happy Pride Month. It's gonna get interesting, guys. Big fucking primaries on Tuesday. Holy shit. Everybody, if you know people in California, get them out. Get them out, baby. And then we have other big ones coming the week after that. Take care of your head. All right? Let's bring everybody together, guys. Dude, we need everybody. We need Sam and Emma and Kyle and Crystal and Hasan and Mike from PA and fucking, you know what I'm saying? And me and 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀 and Midas and Keith Edwards and Adam and BTC. I mean, the fucking Vanguard. Like, we fucking need everybody, guys. Everybody. It would be nice to say we need Cenk and Anna too. I don't know, dude. With Cenk and Anna, they seem like they're already on the Tucker train. I don't think they're coming around, guys. I honestly don't, but you never know. But we need everybody, right? We do. I don't know if the polymarket TYT people are fucking... I don't know what they're doing, guys. I honestly don't. All right, so fuck them. Let's go. Let's get it together. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And in the meantime, dude, be radiant. Good night.
I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone.